Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The soft glow of sunset spilled through the arched windows of Hogwarts Castle, painting the ancient stone corridors in warm hues of amber and gold. Most students had retreated to their common rooms for the evening, leaving the hallways blissfully quiet save for the occasional whisper of a passing ghost or the gentle creak of moving staircases. It was in these peaceful moments that Eleanor Blackwood, a fifth-year Ravenclaw with ink-stained fingers and dreams of becoming a writer, often found herself wandering the castle in search of inspiration. There was something about the quality of light at this hour, the way it transformed the familiar into the mysterious, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon her toward unexplored corners of the ancient school. Alina treasured these solitary excursions, these opportunities to commune with the castle itself. Hogwarts had always felt alive to her in a way that went beyond the obvious enchantments. Beyond the moving staircases and talking portraits, there was a deeper magic in its very stones, a sentience that seemed to respond to those who approached it with curiosity and respect. Tonight, she carried her favorite journal, bound in soft leather with her initials embossed in bronze on the cover, a gift from her father on her last birthday. Its pages were filled with half-finished poems, story ideas, and observations about life at Hogwarts. Lately, though, Alina had been experiencing what her muggle grandmother would call writer's block. Words that usually flowed freely had become elusive, leaving her frustrated and restless. Professor Flitwick had noticed her distraction in charms class earlier that day, gently suggesting that sometimes the mind needed new stimuli to spark creativity. "Hogwarts has a way of providing what we need, Miss Blackwood," he had said, with a knowing twinkle in his eye. "You need only be open to finding it. Or, perhaps, to letting it find you." With those cryptic words echoing in her mind, Alina had decided to explore parts of the castle she rarely visited. She had already wandered through the North Tower, past the divination classroom with its lingering scent of incense, and had made her way to the eastern wing, where older, less frequently used sections of the library were housed. Elena had always been one to notice the small details others missed. The way certain stones in the walls seemed to shimmer when the light hit them just right, how some corridors carried whispers even when empty, and how the castle itself sometimes seemed to breathe. Tonight, her attention was drawn to a peculiar bookshelf in a forgotten corner of the library's east wing. Unlike the others, this bookshelf wasn't completely flush against the wall. There was the faintest hint of a draft coming from behind it. With careful fingers, Elena traced the edge of the dark oak frame, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Curious," she whispered to herself, the word hanging in the air like a question. The bookshelf was filled with dusty tomes on magical theory that hadn't been touched in decades, their leather bindings cracked and faded with age. As she ran her hand along the spine of theoretical transfiguration through the ages, she felt something give way beneath her touch. The book tilted backward with a soft click, and the entire bookshelf shuddered, sending a fine cloud of dust dancing in the evening light. Elena stepped back, her heart fluttering with excitement as the shelf swung outward, revealing a narrow passageway. "Lumos," she whispered, and the tip of her wand illuminated, casting long shadows down the hidden corridor. The passage was small, forcing Elena to duck her head slightly as she ventured forward. The walls were lined with smooth stones, worn down by the passing of countless hands through the centuries. Ahead, she could see a soft golden light spilling from what appeared to be a doorway. The passage opened into a circular chamber that took Elena's breath away. It was relatively small, perhaps the size of a professor's office, but it felt infinitely vast. The ceiling arched high above, enchanted to mirror the night sky outside, with stars twinkling against a deep blue canvas. But what truly captured Elena's attention were the quills, dozens upon dozens of them, floating serenely in the air. Each quill danced across invisible parchment, some moving with swift, passionate strokes, others with slow, deliberate movements. Beneath them, suspended in midair like dewdrops caught in a spider's web, were inkwells of varying colors and designs. The air was filled with the soft, comforting sound of scratching quills, like rain pattering gently against a window. As Elena stepped fully into the room, the door seamlessly melded back into the wall behind her, becoming indistinguishable from the rest of the circular chamber. Candles floated at different heights around the perimeter, casting a warm, flickering light that made the shadows dance and the inkwells gleam like precious stones. "Incredible," Eleanor breathed, turning slowly to take in the full wonder of the room. As if responding to her voice, several quills paused in their writing and turned toward her, their feathered ends quivering slightly as if curious. One particularly elegant eagle feather quill floated closer, hovering at eye level. Elena extended her hand cautiously, and the quill dipped its nib into a nearby inkwell of midnight blue before settling gently against her palm. The moment it touched her skin, she felt a strange connection, like the quill was an extension of her thoughts. When she held it above her open journal, the quill began to move of its own accord, writing in flowing script. The castle keeps its secrets close, but shares them with the worthy. Welcome, seeker of stories. Eleanor gasped, nearly dropping the quill in surprise. She watched as the words shimmered on the page before sinking into the parchment, disappearing completely and leaving no trace. "What is this place?" she asked aloud, not really expecting an answer. To her surprise, the walls themselves seemed to hum in response, and whispers filled the air, countless voices speaking softly all at once, creating a gentle symphony of words that was somehow soothing rather than overwhelming. A sanctuary for unspoken thoughts, a haven for words not yet ready for the world, a repository of memories, a chamber of quiet reflection. The whispers faded gradually, leaving Eleanor standing in amazed silence. She realized then what she was witnessing. This room was somehow preserving the thoughts, dreams, and reflections of students from across Hogwarts' long history. The quills were recording words that had never been spoken aloud, keeping safe the innermost feelings of generations of young witches and wizards who had walked these halls before her. As if confirming her thoughts, several of the floating pages gently drifted down around her like autumn leaves, landing softly on the polished stone floor. Elena knelt to examine them, careful not to disturb their arrangement. Each page contained snippets of thoughts, some faded with age, others looking freshly written. Professor Binns assigned another essay on the Goblin Rebellions. If I have to write one more word about Urg the Unclean, I might scream. AP 1943. Dun saw her in the Great Hall again today. The way she laughs makes my heart flutter like a snitch. If only I had the courage to tell her how I feel. 1976. The war is getting worse. My family might have to go into hiding. I'm scared, but I can't let anyone see. In Gryffindor, we're supposed to be brave. 1981. A successful Patronus today, it's a fox. Just like father's, he would have been proud. Say, W. 2010. Elena felt a lump form in her throat. These weren't just random thoughts. They were pieces of people's lives, preserved like insects in amber. She carefully sat down on a cushioned window seat that seemed to appear just as she needed it, taking in the quiet magic of this hidden sanctuary. More pages drifted down around her, each containing fragments of thoughts from different eras. The castle seemed so huge when I first arrived. Now, 7 years later, it feels like I know every stone. Yet somehow, not nearly enough. How can I leave this place in just 2 weeks? 1978. First transformation last night. My friends stayed with me through all of it. I never thought I'd find people who would accept everything. But they do. Anonymous, 1975. War is coming. We can all feel it. Some of my housemates are already choosing sides. I wish we could just stay children a little longer. BZ, 1996. Played my first Quidditch match today. Dropped the quaffle twice, but scored once. Dad would have been proud. Maybe Mum will come to the next one. LL 2017. Elena read. She realized these weren't just isolated thoughts, but interconnected stories. Lives that had unfolded within these very walls. Emotions experienced by people who had sat in the same classrooms, walked the same corridors, looked out at the same grounds. The realization was both humbling and comforting, making her feel part of something enduring and profound. Her fingers traced over one particularly faded entry from what appeared to be the early days of Hogwarts, written in an archaic script that was difficult to decipher. The founders argue daily now, their vision splinters like light through crystal. I fear what will become of this school they built with such hope. Yet the students still learn, still laugh, still grow. Perhaps that is all that matters in the end. H. 1058. The age of the thought made Eleanor's breath catch. Nearly 1,000 years had passed since that worry was recorded, yet Hogwarts still stood, still nurtured generations of young witches and wizards. There was something profoundly reassuring in that continuity. A soft blue quill drifted near her, seeming almost curious. When Alina extended her hand, it brushed against her fingertips in a touch as light as a butterfly's wing, before floating back up to join the others in their eternal dance. The gesture felt welcoming, as if the room itself was acknowledging her presence, inviting her to become part of its long history. And she settled. She noticed a portrait hung beside the now concealed doorway. It depicted an elderly witch with kind eyes and silver hair twisted into an elegant knot. Unlike the other portraits at Hogwarts, this one didn't move or speak in the conventional sense. Instead, as Alina watched, the painted lips moved silently, and a line of poetry appeared in glowing letters beneath the frame. Magic lives in corners where the dust has never settled. The words lingered for a moment before fading away, replaced by new ones. In silence, truth finds voice. In solitude, the heart speaks plainest. Eleanor smiled, understanding dawning. "You're the guardian of this place, aren't you?" she asked the portrait. The painted witch didn't respond directly, but her eyes seemed to twinkle, and another line appeared. Soon rooms find you when you need them most. As Elena pondered this, she became aware of another presence in the chamber. Looking up, she saw a girl about her own age sitting cross-legged on a cushion that definitely hadn't been there moments before. The girl wore Hufflepuff robes and had curly auburn hair that fell past her shoulders. She was writing intently in a journal, though Elena noticed she held no quill. Rather, the words seemed to flow directly from her fingertips onto the page. Hufflepuff looked up, seemingly unsurprised to find she wasn't alone. "Oh, hello," she said with a warm smile. "You found it too, then?" "Found what, exactly?" Elena asked, grateful to have someone who might explain the room's purpose. "The scriptorum," the girl replied, gesturing around them. "That's what I call it, anyway. A place where thoughts become more than thoughts, but less than declarations. Somewhere in between silence and speech." She extended her hand. "I'm Matilda, 7th year." "Ilana," she replied, shaking Matilda's hand. "5th year, Ravenclaw." The moment their hands touched, a cascade of tiny golden sparks danced around their fingertips, subtle enough that Elena almost thought she'd imagined it. Matilda, however, nodded, as if confirming something to herself. "The room approves," she said softly. "It doesn't do that with everyone, you know. It means you're meant to be a keeper of this place." "A keeper?" Elena asked, settling back into her seat. Matilda tucked a strand of auburn hair behind her ear, her expression thoughtful. "The scriptorum chooses certain people through the generations to understand its purpose more deeply, to help maintain its magic, to guide others who might find their way here. I'm one. Looks like you're another." She gestured toward the walls, and Elena noticed for the first time that among the countless tiny inscriptions were occasional phrases that glowed with a faint golden light, the same color as the sparks that had appeared when they shook hands. "Those are the words left by keepers," Matilda explained. "They stay more present somehow, more accessible. They help anchor the room's magic." Elena leaned closer to read one of the glowing inscriptions. "To preserve a thought is to honor its power. To share a thought is to multiply that power. This room does both." To David S. Gooden. "How many of us are there?" Elena asked, feeling a strange sense of belonging wash over her. "Not many," Matilda replied. "Usually only 2 or 3 per generation. The castle is selective." She smiled. "But once you're chosen, the room reveals more of itself to you each time you visit. Watch." Matilda closed her eyes and placed her palm flat against the stone wall. Immediately the golden inscriptions glowed brighter, and the floating quills moved with increased energy and purpose. A section of the wall beneath her hand rippled like water, and a small alcove appeared. Within it sat an ancient leather-bound book with yellowing pages and a cover embossed with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as Elena looked at them. "The Keeper's Codex," Matilda said reverently, carefully removing the book from its niche. "It contains the collected wisdom of every keeper since the room's creation. Only keepers can see it, and only keepers can read it." She opened the book to reveal pages filled with handwritten notes, sketches, and observations, each in different handwriting and from different time periods. Some entries were accompanied by small, moving illustrations that reminded Elena of animated photographs, but more fluid and dreamlike. "This will appear to you now, whenever you're in the room alone," Matilda explained, carefully returning the book to its alcove, which seamlessly resealed itself into the wall. "It's meant to be read slowly, over time. It will help you understand your role." "I thought as much." Matilda nodded toward Elena's ink-stained fingers. You're a writer. It wasn't a question, but Elena answered anyway. I try to be. Words don't always come easily, though. Matilda's smile widened. That's why the room called to you. It helps the words flow. She held up her journal. I've been coming here for almost 3 years now. Found it by accident when I was hiding from Peeves. The castle has a way of showing you exactly what you need, precisely when you need it. So all of this, Eleanor gestured to the floating quills and drifting pages, these are all thoughts and feelings from students throughout Hogwarts history. And sometimes professors too, Matilda added with a mischievous grin. Even they need a place to unburden their minds. Did you know Professor McGonagall once wrote poetry? Quite good, actually. Eleanor's eyes widened at the thought of the stern Transfiguration professor penning verses in this very room. But why? What's the purpose? Matilda shrugged, her expression thoughtful. Magic responds to need. I imagine centuries ago, someone needed a safe place for their thoughts, and Hogwarts provided. Then others found it, and the room grew in power and purpose. She gestured to a quill that was frantically scribbling nearby. Some thoughts are too precious or too frightening to share, but too powerful to keep locked away entirely. The scriptorum offers a middle ground. As if to demonstrate, Matilda closed her eyes and held out her hand. A nearby quill immediately floated over, dipped itself in an inkwell of emerald green, and began writing in the air before her. Eleanor couldn't quite make out the words, but she saw Matilda's face relax, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. You should try it, Matilda suggested, opening her eyes. Just close your eyes, open your mind, and let the quill find what needs expressing. Elena hesitated only briefly before setting down her journal and closing her eyes. She felt a strange, tingling sensation, like fingers gently rifling through her thoughts, and then heard the distinctive scratch of a quill against parchment. When she opened her eyes, she found a quill with sleek black feathers writing rapidly in the air before her. Words were her own innermost thoughts, concerns about upcoming OWL exams, her secret dream of becoming a published author, her worry that she wasn't living up to her family's expectations, her uncertainty about the future in a world that sometimes seemed frightening and vast. Seeing these private thoughts given form was both terrifying and strangely liberating. It's cathartic, Eleanor whispered, watching as her thoughts continued to flow onto the invisible parchment. That's the magic of it, Matilda agreed. The room knows what you need to express, even when you don't, and it keeps your thoughts safe. She gestured to the walls, which Elena now noticed were inscribed with tiny writing, thousands upon thousands of thoughts and feelings etched into the very stone of Hogwarts. So our thoughts become part of the castle? Eleanor asked, running her fingers along the nearest section of wall, feeling the slight indentations of centuries of recorded thoughts, in a way. Nothing is ever truly forgotten at Hogwarts, Matilda explained. Every joy, every tear, every triumph, every heartbreak, they all leave their mark. This room just makes those marks a little more tangible. As they spoke, more pages drifted down from above, forming a gentle snowfall of thoughts and memories. One landed directly in Elena's lap, and she picked it up carefully. Sometimes I wonder if 100 years from now, some other student will sit right where I'm sitting, feeling exactly as I do right now. There's comfort in that continuity. 1887. Elena felt a shiver run down her spine at the eerie parallel to her own thoughts. She looked up at the sea of floating quills, each one preserving someone's innermost reflections, and felt a profound connection to the countless students who had walked these halls before her and would continue to do so long after she was gone. "It's beautiful," she said simply. "It is," Matilda agreed. She gestured to the journal in Eleanor's lap. "Would you like to add something of your own? Not just your passing thoughts, but something deliberate? The room preserves those too." As Matilda spoke, Elena noticed that the room's ambience had shifted subtly. The candles burned with a warmer glow, and the starry ceiling above seemed to have deepened to a richer indigo, with occasional shooting stars streaking silently across the enchanted expanse. The quills moved in more harmonious patterns, as if responding to the peaceful atmosphere that had settled between the two students. "It changes," Elena observed quietly. "The room, I mean. It feels different now than when I first entered." Matilda nodded, her features softened by the golden candlelight. "The scriptorium is responsive to emotion and intention. When you first arrived, it was likely curious about you, testing your worthiness, perhaps. Now it's comfortable with your presence. Like a cat that finally decides to sit in your lap," Eleanor suggested with a small smile. "Exactly like that," Matilda laughed, the sound like gentle wind chimes. "Equally mysterious and equally particular about who it trusts." Elena watched as a particularly beautiful quill, made from what appeared to be a phoenix feather, wrote fiery, passionate words in the air near the ceiling. The words glowed briefly before dissolving into sparks that drifted down like embers from a dying fire. "Sometimes," Matilda continued, following Elena's gaze, "when a thought is particularly powerful, filled with extraordinary joy or grief or love, it doesn't just get recorded. It transforms, becomes part of the room's magic in a more direct way." "Is that what happened just now, with the phoenix quill?" "Yes. Someone, somewhere in the castle, just experienced a moment of pure, unfiltered emotion. The room captured it and transformed it into energy." Matilda gestured around them. "That's part of what powers this place. The raw, emotional force of generations of young witches and wizards experiencing life's highest highs and lowest lows." Elena considered this, feeling a newfound respect for the magical sanctuary they sat in. "It's like emotional alchemy." "That's a beautiful way to put it," Matilda said, looking impressed. "Transforming the lead of unexpressed feelings into the gold of preserved memory." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the eternal dance of quills and thoughts above them. The gentle scratching sound created a soothing backdrop, almost like gentle rain on a roof, persistent but peaceful. "Have you contributed anything permanent?" Elena asked eventually. "Something deliberate, I mean." "Several things," Matilda admitted. "The room, it becomes a confidant of sorts. I've shared things here I've never told another living soul." She looked at Eleanor with gentle encouragement. "You should try it. There's a special kind of release in knowing your words will remain but never be used against you, that they might someday comfort someone else who needs exactly what you have to say." Elena considered for a moment, then nodded. She opened her journal to a fresh page and picked up her quill. After a moment's reflection, she began to write. "In this room of floating quills and whispered secrets, I found a truth. We are never truly alone in our thoughts and feelings. Centuries of students have worried about the same exams, dreamed the same dreams, feared the same fears. Our stories may be our own, but the chapters echo those written long ago and those yet to come." Elena Blackwood, 20. As she wrote the final word, the ink shimmered briefly before sinking into the page. Then, to her amazement, the words reappeared, floating upward to join the other quills and thoughts circling the room. Her contribution was now part of the chamber's magic, part of Hogwarts itself. Matilda smiled approvingly. Perfect. Now you'll always be a part of this place, and it will always be a part of you. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the hypnotic dance of the quills and the gentle drift of pages. The candles burned without diminishing, casting their warm glow over the peaceful scene. Outside, the enchanted ceiling stars shifted in their eternal waltz across the night sky. Eventually, Matilda stood and stretched. I should get back to my common room before curfew. Prefect duties tomorrow morning. She gathered her things and moved toward the concealed door. Will you stay a while longer? Elena nodded. Just a bit. I want to absorb it all. Matilda smiled knowingly. The room will show you the way out when you're ready. It always does. She paused at the doorway, which had materialized at her approach. Oh, and Eleanor? The room chooses who finds it. If it revealed itself to you, it means you needed it, and perhaps it needed you too. With those words, Matilda slipped through the doorway, which seamlessly disappeared behind her, once again becoming part of the unbroken circle of the chamber wall. Left alone, Eleanor settled deeper into the window seat, which seemed to mold itself perfectly to her form. The scratching of quills and the whisper of thoughts created a soothing backdrop, like the sound of gentle rain. She watched as the quills continued their eternal dance, recording the unspoken words of students throughout the castle. The portrait beside the hidden doorway changed its message once more. In dreams and words and quiet thoughts, we find our truest selves. Eleanor smiled, feeling her eyelids growing heavy. There was something about this room that felt like coming home, a sanctuary for her writer's soul. She knew she would return here again and again during her remaining years at Hogwarts, adding her thoughts to the tapestry of memories woven into the very fabric of the castle. As she drifted towards sleep, lulled by the gentle scratching of quills and the soft glow of candlelight, Elena thought she could hear the faint echo of 1,000 voices, past, present, and perhaps even future, whispering their stories into the night. Their words surrounded her like a warm blanket, reminding her that even in her most private thoughts she was part of something greater, a continuous stream of experiences flowing through the ancient halls of Hogwarts. In that moment, between wakefulness and dreams, Elena understood the true magic of the room with the floating quills. It wasn't just preserving memories, but connecting souls across time, binding together the shared human experience of all who had ever called Hogwarts home. The last thing she saw before sleep claimed her was a single quill writing words that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The castle keeps its secrets, but shares its heart with those who listen. In the morning, Elena would find herself back in her dormitory with no memory of having left the hidden room, but with her journal filled with inspiration and her heart lighter than it had been in months. And on quiet evenings, when the castle corridors were empty and the light fell just right, she would return to that forgotten bookshelf in the library's east wing, seeking the comfort of the floating quills and the whispered thoughts of generations. In the weeks that followed her discovery, Elena found herself returning to the scriptorium regularly. Each visit revealed new aspects of the magical chamber. Sometimes the quills arranged themselves in constellation patterns that matched the starry ceiling above. Other times they gathered in circles, like friends sharing secrets. The inkwells occasionally changed colors with the moods of the castle's inhabitants, shifting from serene blues to passionate reds to melancholy greys. Elena began to recognize certain quills as belonging to specific individuals through history. There was an elegant peacock feather quill that wrote in elaborate, flourishing script about potions, discoveries, and ambitious dreams. This one dated back to the 1940s and signed only with the initials TM. A sturdy goose feather quill from the early 1900s recorded earnest observations about magical creatures and was often accompanied by rough sketches that hovered in the air before fading away. A modern, sleek quill with a silver nib detailed the anxieties and hopes of a student during the Second Wizarding War, their words capturing both fear and determined resilience. In one particular evening, as autumn deepened outside the castle walls, Elena brought a small offering to the room, a beautifully crafted inkwell she had purchased in Hogsmeade. It was made of blue glass with silver filigree, and when she placed it on the floor near the silver pool, it rose gently into the air to join the others, rotating slowly as if being examined. The room seemed to hum with approval, and the portrait by the door offered a rare smile before displaying its newest verse. Gifts freely given enrich both giver and receiver. In generosity, magic finds its fullest expression. That same evening, Eleanor encountered another visitor to the room, a quiet first-year Gryffindor boy who introduced himself as Thomas. He had discovered the room quite by accident, while hiding from some older students who had been teasing him. Eleanor showed him how to let his thoughts flow through the quills, and watched as his anxiety visibly melted away when his fears and homesickness were given form outside himself. "It feels like the room understands," Thomas had whispered in awe, "like it's listening without judging." "That's exactly it," Eleanor had replied, feeling like a guardian of something precious. "Some rooms in Hogwarts are just stone and mortar, but this one has a soul." She began bringing other students who seemed in need of the room's particular magic. A Slytherin girl struggling with the weight of family expectations, a Ravenclaw boy whose brilliant mind often left him feeling isolated from his peers, a Hufflepuff prefect overwhelmed by responsibility. The scriptorium welcomed them all, providing comfort through the simple act of transforming unspoken thoughts into something tangible yet private. Professor Flitwick caught her eye one day after Charms class. "I've noticed you seem lighter these days, Miss Blackwood," the diminutive professor commented with a knowing smile, "as if you've found something that brings you joy." "I have, Professor," she replied. "Something wonderful." He nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Hogwarts reveals its treasures to those who need them most. Some find rooms, others find people, still others find knowledge. But it's all the same magic in the end. The castle providing what we require to grow." Elena wondered briefly if he knew about the scriptorium specifically, but something in his expression told her not to ask directly. Some magical discoveries were meant to remain personal, their power enhanced by their secrecy. As winter approached, bringing with it the soft silence of snow and the warm glow of holiday decorations throughout the castle, Elena made her most remarkable discovery yet about the room. She had arrived one evening feeling particularly nostalgic, missing her family, as the Christmas holidays approached. As she sat in her favorite window alcove, watching enchanted snow fall from the ceiling, only to vanish before reaching the floor, she whispered aloud, "I wish I could read something my grandmother wrote when she was a student here." The room, which had always seemed somewhat sentient, appeared to consider her request. The floating quills paused momentarily in their eternal dance, and then one, an antique raven feather with an ornate silver nib, broke from the group and floated directly to her. Beside it came a weathered scroll that unfolded in the air before her. With trembling fingers, Eleanor reached for the scroll, somehow knowing what she would find. There, in handwriting she recognized from birthday cards and holiday letters, were the thoughts of Eleanora Blackwood, dated 1965. Today marks the end of my 5th year at Hogwarts. As I pack my trunk to return home for the summer, I find myself reluctant to leave. This castle has become more home to me than anywhere else. It's where I discovered my passion for charms, where I made friends who accept me for who I truly am, where I learned that magic isn't just about spells and potions, but about connecting with something greater than ourselves. Next year brings OWLs and decisions about the future. Mother wants me to follow her into the ministry, but I'm drawn to healing. How do you choose a path when each choice closes other doors? Perhaps that's the greatest lesson Hogwarts teaches, that life is made of choices, and wisdom comes in making them thoughtfully. I hope someday my children and their children will walk these halls and feel the same wonder I do. I hope they find their own secret corners of Hogwarts, where they can be truly themselves. And maybe, just maybe, they'll feel my presence somehow, cheering them on through whatever challenges they face. Tears slipped down Elena's cheeks as she finished reading. Her grandmother had never told her about finding this room. Perhaps it was one of those Hogwarts secrets that couldn't be shared directly, but had to be discovered. Or perhaps Eleanora had forgotten the specifics, but retained the feeling, which had shaped the warm, understanding woman Elena had known and loved. The raven quill hovered patiently, as if waiting. Understanding instinctively, Elena took it in hand and began to write her response on the scroll beneath her grandmother's words. Grandmother, I found it, the secret corner you hoped I would discover. I feel your presence here, just as you wished. And I understand now what you meant about choices and wisdom. Thank you for leaving this piece of yourself behind for me to find. I'll add my own thoughts to this tapestry, hoping that someday someone who needs them will discover them too. Awis. As she finished writing, the scroll glowed softly before rolling itself up and floating back to join the others circling the room. The raven quill lingered a moment longer, brushing against her cheek in what felt remarkably like a caress, before returning to its eternal dance. In that moment, Eleanor understood the deepest magic of the scriptorum. It wasn't just preserving random thoughts and feelings, but creating connections across time, allowing conversations that transcended the normal boundaries of life and death, presence and absence. The room was a nexus where past, present, and future coexisted, where the collective emotional history of Hogwarts was not just recorded, but remained vibrantly alive. For now, though, she slept peacefully in the magical sanctuary, cradled in the heart of Hogwarts. A castle that had always been more than just stone and mortar, but a living repository of countless stories, waiting patiently to be discovered by those who needed them most. The ancient corridors of Hogwarts always seemed different at night. Shadows stretched longer, portraits whispered to one another in hushed tones, and the very stones of the castle walls appeared to breathe with centuries of gathered magic. Oliver Reed, a fourth-year Hufflepuff with perpetually untidy hair and a collection of quill-chewed textbooks, had not intended to be wandering these corridors so late after curfew, but the essay for Professor Binns had taken far longer than expected, and his study group in the library had lost track of time until Madame Pince had shooed them out with stern warnings about respecting closing hours. Now Oliver found himself taking a lesser-known route back to the Hufflepuff common room, hoping to avoid prefects, or, worse, Filch and Mrs. Norris. His wand tip glowed softly with a whispered, lumos, just bright enough to illuminate a few feet ahead, casting strange dancing shadows along the unfamiliar corridor. Had he taken a wrong turn after the statue of Gregory the Smarmy? The castle seemed to rearrange itself sometimes, especially when one was trying to be somewhere else. As he paused to get his bearings, a sound drifted to his ears, so faint that at first he thought he was imagining it. Oliver extinguished his wand light with a murmured "Nox" and stood completely still, straining to listen. There it was again, a soft, melodic murmuring, almost like someone telling a story from a great distance. The sound had a strange, crackling quality to it, rising and falling in gentle cadence. Oliver's curiosity overcame his caution. He moved slowly toward the source, his fingertips trailing along the cool stone wall for guidance in the near darkness. The corridor took a sharp turn, revealing a section Oliver was certain he had never seen before. Unlike the main passages of Hogwarts with their grand archways and elaborate stonework, this hallway was narrower, lined with smaller, rounded doorways. Most appeared sealed shut, their ancient wooden doors bearing no handles, except for one, which stood slightly ajar, a warm, flickering light spilling from within. From this doorway came the whispering sound, clearer now, a voice that crackled and popped like a fire speaking. So the young witch found herself lost in the enchanted forest, with only her wit and a single enchanted acorn to guide her home. Oliver inched closer to the door, his heart racing with equal parts excitement and apprehension. Peering through the crack, he glimpsed a cozy room bathed in the golden glow of firelight. Without making a conscious decision to do so, he found his hand pushing gently against the weathered wood, and the door swung inward with a soft creak. The room that greeted Oliver took his breath away. It was circular and not particularly large, but it contained no fewer than 5 separate fireplaces, built into the walls at equal distances from each other. Each hearth was unique, one crafted of rough-hewn granite with intricate runes carved around its mantle, another of smooth white marble veined with gold, a third built of river stones in various shades of blue and grey, the fourth constructed of ancient bricks that glowed with a warm terracotta hue, and the fifth, directly opposite the door, made of a strange, glittering black stone that seemed to absorb and reflect the firelight simultaneously. Within each fireplace danced a fire with its own distinct character. The flame in the granite hearth burned a steady, traditional orange gold. In the marble fireplace, the flames were a soft, ethereal blue. The riverstone hearth contained a fire that shifted between various shades of green. The brick fireplace housed flames of deep, rich purple, and most remarkable of all, the black stone fireplace contained a fire that seemed to change colors constantly, moving through the entire spectrum as Oliver watched in amazement. But the fires themselves were not the most extraordinary thing about this room. What truly astonished Oliver was that the flames were speaking, each one with a different voice, telling different stories that occasionally overlapped in a gentle symphony of narrative. And then the founders raised their wands together, and Hogwarts was born from their combined magic, rising stone by stone from the Scottish hillside, murmured the orange flame in a deep, grandfatherly voice. She slipped beneath the frozen lake, certain that the merpeople would find her, but instead discovered a cave of glowing crystals that had remained hidden for centuries, whispered the blue flame in softer, more musical tones. Oliver stood transfixed in the doorway, unable to process what he was seeing. The room was furnished with oversized armchairs and soft plush sofas, all arranged to face the various fireplaces. Thick, luxurious rugs covered the stone floor. and the walls between the fireplaces were lined with tapestries depicting scenes from what appeared to be various tales. A knight facing a dragon, a witch stirring a cauldron beneath a full moon, a group of students discovering a hidden chamber filled with treasure. "Well, are you coming in or not? You're letting in a draft," called a crackling voice that made Oliver jump. It was the purple flame, which had paused in its storytelling to address him directly. "I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, finally finding his voice. "I didn't mean to intrude. I heard voices and followed them, as curious souls have done for centuries," finished the ever-changing rainbow flame in the black hearth. Its voice was neither male nor female, but somehow both, with an ethereal quality that made Oliver's skin tingle. That is how this room chooses its listeners. Only those who truly wish to hear stories will find their way to us. Hesitantly, Oliver stepped fully into the room, and the door swung shut behind him with a soft click. To his surprise, one of the armchairs, a particularly comfortable-looking one, upholstered in soft honey-colored fabric, seemed to inch forward slightly, as if inviting him to sit. "Take a seat, young Hufflepuff," encouraged the blue flame. "We were just getting to the interesting parts of our tales." Oliver sank into the offered chair, which was even more comfortable than it looked, molding perfectly to his form, as if it had been made specifically for him. "How do you know I'm in Hufflepuff?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious about his rumpled robes and the yellow and black tie loosened around his neck. The green flame in the riverstone hearth flickered with what could only be described as laughter. "We know all the houses, all the students, all the stories that have ever unfolded within these castle walls," it said, in a voice that reminded Oliver of wind rustling through leaves. "We are the keepers of tales, the chroniclers of Hogwarts, the whispering flames." But how is this possible?" Oliver asked, looking from one magical fire to another. "I've never read about talking fires in any of my textbooks." "Not everything magical makes it into textbooks, dear boy," said the orange flame with a warm chuckle. "Some magic is too special, too intimate to be dissected and analyzed in academic prose. Some magic must be experienced." Oliver nodded slowly, beginning to understand. This was clearly a very special kind of magic, perhaps as old as Hogwarts itself. He settled deeper into the armchair, which seemed to embrace him even more snugly in response. "Now, where were we?" murmured the blue flame, resuming its tale about the hidden crystal cave beneath the lake. Oliver found himself drawn into the stories, each one more captivating than the last. The orange flame told tales of Hogwarts' founding and early years, stories of Godric Gryffindor's legendary duels, Helga Hufflepuff's creation of the castle kitchens, and her special relationship with the House Elves, Rona Ravenclaw's enchantment of the moving staircases, and Salazar Slytherin's more mysterious contributions to the castle's magic. The blue flame specialized in stories of magical discoveries, secret passages found by enterprising students through the centuries, hidden chambers designed for specific magical purposes, enchanted objects lost and found within the castle walls. Its current tale of the crystal cave beneath the lake had Oliver leaning forward, entranced. The green flame told stories of the grounds and the forest, of the first merpeople to colonize the lake, of the centaur herds and their ancient pact with the school, of the whomping willows planting and purpose. It spoke of the changing seasons at Hogwarts, of snow-laden winters and bloom-filled springs, of the magic that flowed through the very earth upon which the castle stood. The purple flame in the brick hearth seemed to favor tales of students' adventures and misadventures, some humorous, some heartwarming, some bittersweet. It told of legendary pranks pulled by generations of mischief makers, of forbidden romances conducted in secret corners of the castle, of lifelong friendships forged through trials and triumphs shared within these walls, and the rainbow flame in the black stone fireplace. This one told the most extraordinary tales of all, weaving elements of the other stories together into a tapestry that connected past, present, and sometimes, seemingly, the future. Its stories transcended simple narrative, becoming almost like dreams in their fluid, shifting nature. Oliver wasn't sure how long he had been sitting there, absorbing story after story, when the door creaked open again. He turned, half expecting to see an irate prefect or professor, but instead, a girl with tight dark curls and Ravenclaw robes slipped into the room, followed closely by a tall boy wearing Gryffindor colors. "Mira! Leo!" Oliver exclaimed, recognizing his friends from herbology class. "How did you find this place?" Mira Patil's dark eyes widened at the sight of Oliver. "We could ask you the same thing. We were heading back from the astronomy tower when we heard voices like someone telling stories." She gazed around the room in wonder, taking in the 5 magical fireplaces. "This is incredible. We've been here before," said the blue flame, its voice taking on a tone of recognition. "These two have visited us twice now." Leo Jordan nodded, his usual energetic demeanor subdued by the magical atmosphere of the room. "We found it by accident last week. Couldn't find it again until tonight, though. The castle seems to hide it most of the time." 2 more armchairs slid forward, one upholstered in deep blue velvet for Mira, and a rich crimson one for Leo. As they settled in, Oliver noticed something remarkable happen. A small side table appeared beside Leo's chair, bearing a steaming mug that smelled of rich chocolate. "What's that?" Oliver asked, pointing to the mug. Leo grinned. "Hot cocoa. It appears whenever someone yawns near one of the hearths. Watch." He stretched elaborately and let out an exaggerated yawn while leaning toward the orange flame. Almost immediately, another steaming mug materialized on the table. "See? It's brilliant." "The room provides comfort for tired listeners," explained the green flame. "Stories are best enjoyed with something warm to drink." As if on cue, Oliver felt a genuine yawn building. He tried to stifle it, but failed, and to his delight, a mug of hot cocoa appeared beside his chair as well. The chocolate was perfect, rich and creamy with just a hint of cinnamon, neither too sweet nor too bitter, and at exactly the right temperature to sip immediately. "So the room knows when we're tired?" Mira asked, her analytical Ravenclaw mind clearly trying to understand the enchantment at work. "The room knows many things," replied the rainbow flame mysteriously. "It knows when you are tired, when you are troubled, when you need a particular story to soothe your soul." As if to demonstrate this point, the purple flame began a new tale, one about a young Ravenclaw girl from the 1920s who had doubted her place at Hogwarts until a series of small magical successes had rebuilt her confidence. Oliver noticed how Mira leaned forward, her expression suggesting the story resonated with something she was experiencing. The evening continued, the flames taking turns to tell their tales, sometimes pausing to interact with the students, answering questions or elaborating on particular points of interest. Oliver noticed that Leo, true to Gryffindor reputation, seemed particularly enthralled by the Orange Flame's accounts of historical duels and heroic deeds. After what might have been hours or merely minutes, time seemed to flow strangely in this room. Mira pointed to something Oliver hadn't noticed before. A sixth hearth. Smaller than the others and set slightly apart, built of a pale silver stone. Unlike the other fireplaces, this one held only the smallest of flames, a tiny silver-white flicker that didn't appear to be speaking. "What about that one?" she asked. "It hasn't told any stories." The other flames seemed to dim slightly, creating an expectant hush. It was the rainbow flame that finally answered, its voice softer than before. "The are the most important truths," it explained. "It speaks rarely and only to those who listen, not just with their ears, but with their hearts. Its stories are the most precious of all, the ones that contain the deepest magic, the most profound truths." "Has it ever spoken to you?" Oliver asked Leo and Mira. They both shook their heads. "We've only been here twice," Leo said, "and never for very long." As they discussed this mysterious sixth flame, the door opened once more, and a small girl with blonde pigtails and Gryffindor robes that looked too big for her timid frame peeked in cautiously. "Hello?" she called in a small voice. "Is anyone there? I heard stories." Come in, young one," encouraged the orange flame warmly. "There is always room for another listen." The girl, who couldn't have been older than a first year, entered hesitantly. Her eyes widened as she took in the magical scene, the talking flames, the comfortable chairs, the 3 older students watching her with friendly expressions. "I'm Emma," she introduced herself shyly. "Emma Creevy. I got lost trying to find my way back to Gryffindor Tower." "Well, you found something much more interesting instead," Leo said with a grin, patting the space beside him on his oversized armchair, which seemed to expand slightly to make room for her. "Come join us. The fires tell the most amazing stories." Emma settled in beside Leo, her small frame almost disappearing into the plush crimson upholstery. Almost immediately a mug of hot cocoa appeared for her, along with, Oliver noticed with a smile, a plate of shortbread biscuits shaped like little lions. "The rune knows she missed dinner," Mira whispered to Oliver, noticing his surprised expression. "See how it provides?" As Emma nibbled on a biscuit, the hearths seemed to adjust their storytelling, the green flame beginning a gentler tale about a family of bowtruckles that had made their home in a magical tree on the edge of the Hogwarts grounds. Oliver noticed how the young girl's eyes began to grow heavy as she listened. The combination of warmth, comfort, and soothing narrative working its sleep-inducing magic. Within 15 minutes, Emma was fast asleep, her head resting against Leo's shoulder. The Gryffindor boy, typically restless and full of energy, sat remarkably still, careful not to disturb her. The flames lowered their voices slightly, but continued their tales. "She reminds me of you, Leo," Mira teased gently. "You always fall asleep halfway through the stories, too." "I do not," Leo protested, though his expression was sheepish. "Well, maybe sometimes. But it's not because they're boring, it's because they're so soothing." "It is the highest compliment to a storyteller," said the blue flame, its tone warm with approval, "to create such comfort that one feels safe enough to sleep." As they spoke, Oliver noticed something extraordinary happening with the small silver hearth. The tiny flame within it was growing slightly larger, its silvery light becoming more pronounced. A soft, melodic voice, different from all the others, began to speak, so quietly that the 3 awake students had to lean forward to hear. "Once," it began, "there was a castle that was more than a castle. It was a haven, a home, a heart beating with the life force of every soul who passed through its halls." Oliver felt a strange sensation in his chest, as if the words were speaking directly to something deep inside him. From the expressions on Mira's and Leo's faces, they felt it too. This wasn't just a story being told to their ears, but one being whispered directly to their hearts. The silver flame continued, telling a tale not of specific events or people, but of Hogwarts itself, of the love and intention woven into its very foundations, of the way the castle nurtured and protected those within its walls, of how it grew and evolved with each generation, absorbing their hopes and dreams and sorrows, becoming more than its creators could ever have envisioned. And so the castle learned to create spaces for what was needed, the silver flame whispered. Rooms for learning, yes, but also rooms for healing, for dreaming, for remembering, for becoming. Some visible to all who passed by, others revealing themselves only to those with the particular need they were designed to fulfill. Oliver felt tears pricking at his eyes, though he couldn't have explained exactly why. There was something profoundly moving about this perspective. The idea that Hogwarts itself was consciously caring for them, creating spaces like this one where stories could be shared and preserved, where comfort could be found in the simple act of listening together. The silver-flamed story continued for what seemed like both an eternity and no time at all, weaving a narrative that somehow connected all their individual experiences at Hogwarts into a greater tapestry of belonging. When it finally fell silent, returning to its former tiny flicker, none of the three awake students spoke immediately, each lost in their own thoughts and feelings. It was Mira who finally broke the silence. "I understand now," she said softly. "This room isn't just about the stories. It's about sharing them together, about connecting." Leo nodded, his usual boisterous manner subdued. "It makes Hogwarts feel even more like home, doesn't it? Knowing all these stories happened here, and now we're part of them too. And they'll never be lost," Oliver added thoughtfully. "The flames remember everything." As they discussed the Silver Flame's tale, Oliver noticed that the other fires had resumed their regular storytelling, creating once again the gentle symphony of overlapping narratives that had first drawn him into the room. The experience with the Silver Flame felt almost dreamlike now, but the warm feeling in his chest remained, a sense of connection not just to his friends, but to every student who had ever called Hogwarts home. Time continued to flow strangely in the whispering fireplace room. Oliver wasn't sure if hours or minutes had passed when he noticed his eyelids growing heavy. The combination of the fire's gentle crackling, the soft murmur of their voices, and the warmth of the hot cocoa was making it increasingly difficult to stay awake. He noticed that Leo had finally succumbed to sleep as well, his head tilted back against the armchair, still careful even in slumber not to disturb little Emma. Only Mira remained fully awake, her Ravenclaw curiosity apparently keeping exhaustion at bay, as she asked the blue flame detailed questions about a hidden observatory it had mentioned. Oliver found his attention drifting between the various tales being told, his consciousness floating pleasantly as sleep tugged at the edges of his mind. The orange flame was recounting the creation of the Hogwarts kitchens, describing how Helga Hufflepuff had personally designed the massive space to ensure that no student would ever go hungry within these walls. And she enchanted the first 4 tables herself, the flame was saying, creating the connection between them and the house tables in the great hall above. A simple piece of magic, but performed with such care and attention that it has lasted unchanged for 1,000 years. There was something so comforting about these stories of Hogwarts' past. They made the castle feel even more like a living entity, with its own history and personality, rather than merely a building where they happened to study magic. Oliver had always loved Hogwarts, but listening to these tales made him appreciate it on an entirely new level. The green flame had begun a story about the first winter after Hogwarts was founded, when an unexpected blizzard had isolated the castle for weeks. Rather than being a tale of hardship, however, it was a heartwarming account of how that forced togetherness had strengthened the bonds between the first students and teachers, creating traditions of winter comfort that continue to the present day. And that, the flame concluded with a warm flicker, is why hot chocolate is always served on the first snowfall of each year, and why the common rooms are given extra logs for their fires on the coldest nights. Some memories are preserved not in books or portraits, but in the simple acts of caring that pass from one generation to the next. Oliver found himself smiling sleepily at this revelation. He had always looked forward to that first cup of hot chocolate when snow began to fall, never knowing its historical significance. How many other daily occurrences at Hogwarts held similar stories behind them? How much history were they participating in without even realizing it? As his thoughts drifted along these pleasant paths, Oliver became aware of a new presence in the room. Opening his eyes fully, he saw that Professor McGonagall had entered, so quietly that none of them had noticed. She stood just inside the doorway, surveying the scene with an expression that mingled exasperation and fondness. "I see the Whispering Fires have found new listeners," she said, her voice softer than her usual classroom tone, but still carrying that unmistakable note of authority. Mira started guiltily. "Professor, we didn't mean to be out after curfew. The Blessimbaro situation." Professor McGonagall held up a hand to stop her. "The room chooses when it is found, Miss Patil. I am well aware of that fact." A small smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Indeed, I might confess to having spent a few evenings here myself over the years, both as a student and as a teacher. This revelation, that their stern transfiguration professor had also been enchanted by the talking fires, made the room feel even more special somehow. Oliver struggled to sit up straighter, fighting against the comfortable embrace of his armchair. However, Professor McGonagall continued, her tone becoming more brisk. "It is well past midnight, and you all have classes tomorrow." She glanced at the sleeping Emma with a softer expression. "Some of you have quite early starts, I believe." "We'll go back to our dormitories right away, Professor," Oliver promised, reluctantly preparing to leave the cozy sanctuary. "Not just yet, Mr. Reed," McGonagall said, surprising him. She moved fully into the room, and an elegant, high-backed chair upholstered in tartan materialized for her near the orange flame. "I believe our young Miss Creevey deserves to hear the end of at least one story properly, don't you think? It would be a shame to wake her now." With that, Professor McGonagall settled into the chair and, to Oliver's amazement, nodded to the orange flame as if greeting an old friend. "Might I request the conclusion of the tale of Godric's hat? I believe you were in the middle of that particular story the last time I visited." "Indeed we were, Minerva," the flame replied warmly. "How delightful to see you again. It has been too long." The fire seemed to sit up straighter, its flames burning more brightly as it resumed what was clearly a favorite tale. Oliver exchanged glances with Mira, both of them silently agreeing that this unexpected turn of events was something to be savored. They settled back into their chairs, permission to stay a little longer granted by the most unexpected source. As the orange flame continued its story about how Godric Gryffindor's famous hat became the sorting hat, Oliver felt a renewed appreciation for Hogwarts and its endless capacity to surprise. Even Professor McGonagall, who had walked these halls for decades, still found wonder and comfort in this hidden room, with its storytelling fires. The tale continued, with the other flames occasionally adding details or perspectives, creating a rich, multifaceted narrative that painted a vivid picture of Hogwarts' early days. Oliver found himself imagining the four founders, their personalities and priorities, so different yet united in their vision for a school where young witches and wizards could learn safely and thoroughly. Professor McGonagall listened with the same rapt attention as the students, occasionally nodding at particular details or smiling slightly at humorous moments. When the orange flame finally concluded its tale, she sighed with satisfaction. "Thank you," she said to the fire. "Some stories never lose their power, no matter how many times one hears them. And some listeners never lose their capacity for wonder," the flame replied, "no matter how many years pass." This exchange, so warm and familiar, made Oliver realize that the Whispering Fireplace room was not just a secret for current students to discover, but a continuous thread woven through Hogwarts history, connecting generations of witches and wizards through shared stories and experiences. Eventually, however, even the magical atmosphere couldn't keep exhaustion at bay. Oliver found himself yawning repeatedly, and even Mira's eager questions to the blue flame became less frequent and more mumbled. Professor McGonagall, ever observant, noticed their flagging energy. "I think," she said gently, "it is truly time to return to your dormitories." She stood, and her tartan chair faded away like morning mist. "The stories will still be here another night." As if responding to her words, the flames in all the hearths lowered slightly, their voices growing softer, transitioning from active storytelling to gentle, soothing murmurs. The entire room seemed to dim a bit, encouraging departure without rushing it. Leo stirred at the change in atmosphere, blinking sleepily. "Is it morning already?" he asked, his voice rough with sleep. "Not quite, Mr. Jordan," Professor McGonagall replied. "But it soon will be if we don't get you all to bed." With gentle care, Leo shifted the still sleeping Emma in his arms, standing slowly so as not to wake her. "I'll carry her back to Gryffindor Tower," he offered. "She's completely out." Professor McGonagall nodded approval. "Very considerate, Mr. Jordan. 10 points to Gryffindor for looking after a younger housemate." Oliver and Mira rose as well, both casting longing glances at the 5 hearths with their magical flames. The fires flickered in what almost seemed like farewell. "You will find us again," promised the rainbow flame. "When stories are needed, the room reveals itself. Until then," added the blue flame, "carry these tales with you. They are part of Hogwarts, and thus part of you." Oliver nodded, feeling a curious mixture of sleepiness and invigoration. His mind was full of the stories he had heard, yet his body was heavy with the need for rest. "Thank you," he said simply to the flames, knowing the words were inadequate but unable to express the fullness of his gratitude. As they prepared to leave, Professor McGonagall addressed the room at large. "Thank you, old friends, for once again sharing your wisdom and comfort. The castle is richer for your flames." The fires all flickered in acknowledgement, their light dancing on the ancient stone walls. Even the small silver flame in its separate hearth seemed to glow a bit brighter for a moment. Then Professor McGonagall led the way to the door, which swung open at her approach. Oliver cast one last look over his shoulder at the magical room with its talking fires, comfortable chairs, an atmosphere of timeless storytelling. He knew he would seek it out again, perhaps on nights when homesickness struck, or after particularly difficult exams, or simply when the desire for a good story pulled at him. As they filed out into the corridor, the door swung shut behind them with a soft click. To Oliver's surprise, when he turned to look at it again, It seemed to fade into the stonework, becoming indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. The hidden room had concealed itself once more, waiting for the next time it was needed. Professor McGonagall led them through the castle with sure steps, navigating the shadowy corridors with the confidence of someone who had walked them countless times before. She escorted Emma and Leo to Gryffindor Tower first, watching as Leo carefully handed the still sleeping first year to a prefect who had answered their knock at the portrait hall. Next, she accompanied Mira to Ravenclaw Tower, waiting patiently as the sleepy girl solved the entrance riddle, though Oliver suspected McGonagall could have answered it herself if needed. Finally, she led Oliver down toward the basement corridor that housed the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. Before he gave the rhythmic knock that would allow him entrance, Oliver turned to his professor. "Professor McGonagall," he began hesitantly. "How long has that room been there? Was it created by the founders?" McGonagall considered his question, her expression thoughtful in the dim light of the corridor. "The Whispering Fireplace room is older than any living memory," she said finally. "Some believe it came into being shortly after the founders' time, during a harsh winter when students were in need of both warmth and hope. Others think it has always been there, a fundamental part of what makes Hogwarts more than merely a school." She smiled slightly. "The room itself tells different origins depending on when you ask. I believe all may be true, in their own way." Oliver nodded, satisfied with this fittingly mysterious answer. "Thank you for letting us stay a bit longer," he said. "It was special." "Indeed it was, Mr. Reed," McGonagall agreed. Her stern features softened momentarily. "Hogwarts reveals its deepest magic to those who approach it with open hearts. Remember that." With those words, she bid him good night and turned to make her way back through the sleeping castle. Oliver watched her go, then gave the proper knock to enter his common room, his mind still full of firelight and ancient tales. As he finally slipped into his bed in the fourth-year boys' dormitory, he could have sworn he heard the faint, distant crackle of a friendly fire and the whisper of a story continuing somewhere just beyond hearing. With that comforting sound in his ears, Oliver drifted into dreams filled with the rich history of Hogwarts and the magic of stories told by flames that remembered everything. Time moved differently within Hogwarts. Violet Mercer had noticed this during her very first week as a third-year Ravenclaw. Sometimes a history of magic lesson with Professor Binns seemed to stretch for days, while an hour in the library with a fascinating book would vanish in what felt like seconds. The castle's many clocks rarely seemed synchronized, with the great clock tower often striking the hour several seconds before or after the ornate grandfather clock in the entrance hall. At first, Violet had tried to determine which timepiece was correct, meticulously comparing her pocket watch to each clock she passed. But eventually she'd come to appreciate what she now considered one of Hogwarts' many charming quirks. Time here was fluid, elastic, a suggestion rather than a rigid framework. Perhaps this flexibility of time explained why Violet found herself alone in the east corridor of the fourth floor at precisely 11:59 on a quiet Tuesday evening, when she should have been safely in Ravenclaw Tower preparing for bed. She had lost track of time in the library again, researching a particularly fascinating aspect of transfiguration theory for an essay that wasn't due for another 2 weeks. By the time she'd noticed the hour, the corridors were empty, the prefects having already completed their evening round. Violet wasn't particularly worried about being caught out after curfew. Her spotless academic record and genuine explanation would likely spare her from any serious consequences. Still, she moved quickly and quietly, her footsteps barely audible on the ancient stone floor. Her path took her past the base of the central clock tower, where she could hear the massive pendulum swinging steadily, marking seconds with metronomic precision. As she passed, Violet glanced at her pocket watch, an heirloom from her grandmother, a delicate silver timepiece with stars engraved on its cover. It was exactly 11:59 and 30 seconds. The great clock above would soon strike midnight. That's when she noticed something odd. In the wall beside the clock tower's maintenance door was a small archway that Violet was certain had never been there before. It was barely taller than she was, with a curved top and what appeared to be dozens of tiny timepieces embedded in the stonework around its frame. Miniature hourglasses, sundials, and watch faces, all seeming to glow with a faint golden light. Curious by nature, a trait that had landed her firmly in Ravenclaw, Violet approached the archway. As she drew closer, she realized that all the tiny timekeepers were moving in perfect synchronization, counting down the seconds. The pocket watch in her hand suddenly felt warm, and when she glanced down at it, she saw that it now read 11:59 and 50 seconds. Something compelled her to step forward. It wasn't just curiosity now, but an inexplicable certainty that she was meant to pass through this doorway at this precise moment. As her watch showed 11:59 and 55 seconds, Violet took a deep breath and stepped through the arch. The world around her seemed to ripple, like stepping through a curtain of water, and then she was in a place unlike any she had ever seen before. It was a vast circular room, far larger than should have been possible given its location within the castle. The ceiling arched high above, designed to resemble a clock face, with numerals etched in gold and two enormous hands frozen at exactly midnight. The walls were lined with hundreds, no, thousands of clocks of every conceivable design and origin. Grandfather clocks with ornately carved cases stood shoulder to shoulder with delicate crystal timepieces. Cuckoo clocks from the Black Forest hung beside sleek, modern chronometers. Ancient water clocks and candle clocks shared space with magical hourglasses that glowed with inner light. But the most remarkable thing about these countless timepieces was that they were all stopped. Every pendulum hung motionless. Every second hand was frozen mid-tick. The only movement came from dust motes suspended in shafts of golden light that streamed in through high arched windows. Except that Violet suddenly realized these weren't windows at all, but rather magical projections showing the sky outside at what appeared to be perpetual late afternoon, the sun forever hanging low on the horizon, casting that perfect golden glow that photographers call the magic hour. "You've made it just in time," said a voice behind her. Violet spun around to see a tall, slender boy in Slytherin robes standing in the center of the room. He had dark hair that fell across his forehead and a somewhat serious expression, though his eyes held a glint of amusement. He appeared to be a year or two older than her, perhaps a fifth year. "Tired for what?" Violet asked, finding her voice. "And what is this place?" The boy gestured around them. "Welcome to the clock room," he said, or, as some call it, the room between minutes. It exists in the moment between 11:59 and midnight, and again between each hour and the next, 60 seconds of normal time, during which this room appears. But inside, he smiled slightly, inside, time moves differently. As if to demonstrate, he pointed to a butterfly that Violet hadn't noticed before. It hung suspended in mid-air, its wings caught between beats, completely motionless. But as she watched, it moved, so slowly that the movement was almost imperceptible, like the minute hand of a clock. "How is this possible?" Violet breathed, approaching the butterfly. She could now see that there were others, dozens of them, frozen throughout the room in various stages of flight. "Time magic is advanced and dangerous stuff," the boy said with a shrug. "But Hogwarts has always had its own rules. This room exists in what you might call a fold in time, a space where 60 seconds can stretch almost indefinitely." Violet's analytical mind was already racing with questions. "So the room appears for 1 minute each hour, but if time moves so slowly in here, how long does that minute last for us inside?" the boy said, moving toward the center of the room, where Violet now noticed a strange device on a pedestal. It resembled a metronome, but instead of a simple pendulum, it had a complex arrangement of gears and what appeared to be a tiny hourglass at its center. "This controls the flow of time in here. Sometimes a minute outside might be an hour in here. Sometimes it could be just a few minutes. It varies." "Controls it? Can it be adjusted?" Violet asked, fascinated. The boy nodded. "By those who understand its purpose." Violet took a step closer to the metronome. Now that she was paying attention, she could hear it. A soft, steady ticking that somehow seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Unlike the frozen clocks surrounding them, this device was in motion, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic regularity. "I'm Violet, by the way," she said, suddenly realizing they hadn't introduced themselves. "Violet Mercer, 3rd year Raven." "Theodore Knott," the boy replied, 5th year Slytherin, though most people call me Theo." The name sounded vaguely familiar to Violet, though she couldn't immediately place where she might have heard it before. Theo wasn't particularly well known around the school. He wasn't a prefect or a Quidditch player, or notorious in any way that would have brought him to her attention. "Do you come here often?" she asked, then immediately felt silly. It sounded like a trite conversation starter at a party, not a question about a magical time distortion room. Theo's lips quirked in what might have been amusement. "Whenever I can," he answered, "which is exactly once an hour, and only if I can reach the entrance at precisely the right moment." "How did you discover it?" Violet asked, her eyes still roaming the wonders of the room. She noticed now that some of the dust motes weren't dust at all, but tiny objects suspended in the slowed time. A droplet of water here, a feather there, all moving at that same barely perceptible pace. "My father mentioned it," Theo said, his expression becoming guarded. "He found it when he was at Hogwarts, said it was a good place to think." Violet nodded, sensing that there might be more to the story, but respecting his obvious reluctance to elaborate. Instead, she turned her attention to a particularly beautiful grandfather clock nearby. It was crafted from rich mahogany, with astronomical symbols inlaid in gold around its face. The pendulum, a golden sun, hung motionless. "Are all these clocks real?" she asked. "Did someone collect them, or does the room create them?" "Both, I think," Theo replied, seeming relieved at the change of subject. "Some have been brought here by visitors over the centuries. Others seem to appear based on need or desire." He gestured to a delicate silver pocket watch sitting on a velvet cushion nearby. "That one appeared the first time I came here. It's identical to one my mother used to wear." Violet's hand went instinctively to her own pocket watch, still warm against her palm. "So the room responds to us somehow?" "It responds to time," Theo corrected gently, "and to those who have a particular relationship with it." Before Violet could ask what he meant by that cryptic statement, her attention was caught by a strange phenomenon near one of the room's many alcoves. What looked like a string of pearls hung suspended in the air, catching the golden light. But as she moved closer, she realized they weren't pearls at all, but tears. Perfectly spherical droplets, frozen in their fall from someone's eyes. Someone was crying, she said softly. Theo joined her, looking at the suspended tears with an unreadable expression. Time stops for grief, he said quietly, or at least it feels that way. The tears were moving, Violet realized, falling in that same impossibly slow motion as the butterfly's wings. Watching their glacial descent, she felt a strange empathy for whoever had shed them, wondering what sorrow had brought them to this room. The room preserves moments, Theo explained, seeming to read her thoughts. Not just physical objects, but emotional states. Moments of intense feeling leave echoes. As if to illustrate his point, he guided her to another part of the room, where a golden haze hung in the air. As Violet drew closer, she felt a wave of joy wash over her, pure, uncomplicated happiness that made her smile involuntarily. Someone received wonderful news here, Theo said, his own expression lightening as they stood within the haze. Years ago, from what I can tell, but the feeling remains. They continued their tour of the room, with Theo pointing out other emotional echoes. A soft blue glow where someone had experienced profound peace. A gently swirling mist that conveyed deep contemplation. A warm amber light that radiated contentment. Each was distinct, and each affected Violet as she passed through it, as if she were temporarily borrowing the original visitor's emotional state. "It's extraordinary," she breathed, turning slowly to take in the entire room once more. "But what is its purpose? Why does it exist?" Theo considered her question, running his fingers along the case of a nearby clock. "I think," he began slowly, "I think it exists because we need it. Because sometimes life moves too quickly, and we need a place to breathe, to think, to feel. A sanctuary from time itself," Violet mused. "Exactly," Theo agreed, looking pleased that she understood. "Hogwarts creates what students need. Some need rooms for practicing magic, or hiding things, or finding things. But some of us need a place where time doesn't rush us along, where we can exist in a moment for as long as we need to." Violet found herself nodding. As a Ravenclaw, she often felt the pressure of time. There were never enough hours in the day to learn everything she wanted to learn, to read every book that caught her interest. The idea of a room where time slowed to a crawl, offering the luxury of thought and reflection, was deeply appealing. "So, how long can we stay?" she asked. Theo's expression turned regretful. "That's the catch. The room exists between 1 minute and the next. But eventually, that minute passes in the outside world. When it does, the room vanishes until the next hour." He glanced at the metronome. "I've never tried to extend it beyond that. I'm not sure it's possible, or wise. And what happens if we're still here when the minute passes?" "We'll be gently returned to the corridor," Theo assured her. "The room doesn't trap anyone. It's benevolent, like most of Hogwarts magic." Violet looked around, trying to commit every detail to memory. "And it appears between every hour and the next. So it will be here between 12:59 and 1 a.m. as well?" "Yes," Theo said, "though I don't recommend trying to find it at that hour. Filch and Mrs. Norris are particularly vigilant after midnight." Violet smiled at that. "Noted." She looked up at the enormous clock face on the ceiling. How do we know when our time is almost up? The metronome, Theo said, pointing to the device in the center of the room. When it starts to speed up, we have only moments left. As if on cue, the metronome's ticking grew slightly faster, its pendulum swinging with more urgency. That's our warning, Theo said. We should head back to the entrance. Reluctantly, Violet followed him back toward the archway through which she had entered. But before they reached it, something caught her eye. A small, ornate desk positioned beneath one of the room's many frozen clocks. On it sat an open journal and a quill, as if someone had been writing and had just stepped away for a moment. "What's this?" she asked, approaching the desk. "The timekeeper's journal," Theo explained. "Visitors can record their thoughts or experiences. It's another way the room preserves moments." Violet glanced at the open page, but to her surprise, there was no writing visible. "It's blank," she said, confused. "Is it?" Theo asked, with that same slight quirk of his lips. "Look closer." Violet leaned in, and, as she did, words began to appear on the page, faint at first, then growing clearer, as if written in invisible ink that was slowly revealing itself. "Time is not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean in which we may swim anywhere, if only we know how to navigate its currents." 1899. Arthur Lemont. The elegant handwriting faded as she finished reading, replaced by another entry. "Found this room by happy accident. The stillness helped me compose the counter melody for my latest sonata. The notes finally stopped rushing together in my mind. Must remember to return at 3:59 tomorrow. Kep. C. W. 1927. This too faded, giving way to a more recent entry. The butterfly count is up to 17 now. I wonder if they seek this place out, or if the room somehow collects moments of beauty and holds them still for us to appreciate. Yesterday." Violet glanced at Theo, recognizing his initials. He looked slightly embarrassed but nodded in confirmation. "The journal shows you entries it thinks will resonate with you," he explained. "Different visitors see different writings." The metronome's ticking grew more insistent, and Theo gently touched her elbow. "We really should go," he said. "You can write something next time, if you like." "Next time," Violet repeated, liking the sound of that. The idea that this magical room would be here every hour, waiting to be rediscovered, was deeply comforting. They reached the archway, just as the metronome's tempo increased dramatically. Theo gestured for her to go first. "Until next time, Violet Mercer," he said, with a formal nod that seemed at odds with his youth. "Until next time, Theodore Nutt," she replied, matching his formality with a smile, and stepped through the archway. The transition was like passing through a veil of water again, a momentary disorientation. And then, Violet found herself standing in the corridor outside the clock tower. Her pocket watch now read exactly midnight, and above the great clock began to toll the hour, its deep, resonant chimes echoing through the sleeping castle. She turned quickly, but as expected, the archway was gone. Only smooth stone wall remained where the entrance to the clock room had been. Yet Violet didn't feel disappointed. She knew it would return, and with it the opportunity to explore its wonders more thoroughly. With a lighter step than before, she continued on her way to Ravenclaw Tower, her mind full of frozen butterflies and suspended tears, of golden afternoon light and the calm, measured ticking of a magical metronome. Over the next few weeks, Violet returned to the clock room as often as she could manage. It wasn't easy. Reaching the entrance at precisely the right moment required careful timing, and sometimes a bit of luck. She discovered that each hour's manifestation of the room was slightly different. At 8:59 in the morning, the magical windows showed a sunrise, painting the room in soft pinks and oranges. At 3:59 in the afternoon, the golden light was at its most intense. And at 11:59 at night, her favorite hour to visit, the windows displayed a star-filled sky with occasional meteors frozen in their fall. Sometimes Theo was there when she arrived. Other times she had the room to herself. She came to appreciate both experiences, the quiet companionship he offered and the solitude that allowed for deeper reflection. When they were there together, they spoke of many things: their studies, their interests, their observations about the castle and its many mysteries. Theo, she discovered, had a keen mind and a dry wit that she found refreshing. Though initially reserved, he gradually revealed more of himself during their suspended moments together. One evening, about a month after her first visit, Violet arrived to find Theo already there, seated cross-legged on the floor near the metronome, his eyes closed in what appeared to be meditation. Not wanting to disturb him, she moved quietly toward the timekeeper's journal, intending to read whatever entries it might reveal to her that day. But before she reached the desk, she noticed something new: a small, crystalline teardrop suspended in the air at eye level. Unlike the string of tears she had observed during her first visit, this one was solitary, and as she looked closer, she realized it was fresh, still connected to the path of its fall by a barely visible trail of moisture in the air. With a start, Violet understood. This tear belonged to Theo. He had been crying here just before she arrived. The realization made her hesitate, unsure whether to acknowledge what she'd seen or pretend ignorance out of respect for his privacy. The decision was made for her when Theo spoke without opening his eyes. "It's all right," he said softly. "I don't mind that you've seen it." Violet approached him cautiously. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice equally soft, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile moment. Theo opened his eyes, and though they were dry now, their redness confirmed her suspicion. "My father is in Azkaban," he said simply. "Today is the anniversary of his sentencing." Violet sat down beside him, saying nothing but offering her presence as comfort. She knew vaguely of the Knott family. They had been among those associated with Voldemort during the Second Wizarding War. It explained why Theo kept to himself at school, why he sought solace in a place where time stood still. "I come here when the memories become too much," Theo continued after a long silence. "When I need to process without interruption." He glanced at the suspended teardrop. The room preserves grief, but it also dilutes it somehow, slows it down so it's manageable. "I understand," Violet said, and though she had never experienced loss of the magnitude he described, she found that she did understand. The need for a space where emotions could be experienced at one's own pace, where the relentless forward march of time didn't force one to move on before they were ready. Theo looked at her for a long moment, then nodded, seeming to accept the truth of her statement. "The room showed me something today," he said, changing the subject slightly. "Something it's never revealed before." "What was it?" Violet asked, curious despite herself. Instead of answering directly, Theo rose to his feet and offered her his hand. "Let me show you." Violet allowed him to help her up, and he led her to a part of the room she hadn't explored thoroughly before, a small alcove behind one of the largest grandfather clocks. As they entered the space, The air seemed to thicken around them, and Violet experienced a strange sensation, as if she were moving through layers of time itself. "Watch," Theo instructed, pointing to what appeared to be an empty picture frame hanging on the wall. As Violet watched, the frame began to fill with a scene, hazy at first, then growing clearer like a photograph developing. It showed the Great Hall of Hogwarts, but it looked different. The banners were of a slightly different design, and the staff table was arranged differently than she knew it to be. "It's showing the past," Theo explained in a hushed voice. "Specific moments from Hogwarts history that relate to the current viewer in some way." The scene shifted, focusing now on a young man seated at the Slytherin table. He had dark hair and a serious expression that reminded Violet strongly of Theo himself. With a start, she realized who she must be seeing. "Zed, my father," Theo confirmed. "As a student, before everything." The young knot in the image was reading a book while picking at his breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the chatter and activity around him. He looked up briefly when a girl in Ravenclaw robes passed by, giving her a nod of acknowledgement before returning to his book. "And that," Theo said, his voice tight with emotion, "is my mother." They weren't together yet. This must be 5th or 6th year, before they started dating. The scene faded, replaced by another. The same two students, now older, walking by the lake in autumn, golden leaves swirling around them. They weren't holding hands, but they walked close together, deep in conversation. "I've never seen them like this," Theo whispered. "Happy. Normal. Just two students with their whole lives ahead of them." The images continued to change, showing brief glimpses of his parents during their time at Hogwarts, studying together in the library, practicing spells in an empty classroom, sharing a butterbeer in Hogsmeade. None of the scenes were particularly dramatic or significant, just ordinary moments from two young lives intertwined. The frame usually shows moments related to the room itself. Previous visitors discovering it, using it, Theo explained as they watched. But today it showed me this. I don't know why, but Violet thought she understood. "Maybe because you needed to see them this way," she suggested gently. "To remember that before everything else, they were just people, students, like us." Theo considered this, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps," he conceded. "Or maybe the room wanted to show me that time isn't always linear, that past, present, and future exist simultaneously in some sense, that everything that was still is somewhere." It was a profound thought, and one that resonated with the very nature of the clockroom itself. Here, where time moved differently, where moments were preserved like insects in amber, it was easier to believe that time might be more complex than their ordinary experience of it suggested. They watched a few more scenes in companionable silence before the frame gradually faded back to emptiness. Theo stood quietly for a moment longer, then turned away from the alcove, leading them back to the main room. "Thank you for showing me," Violet said as they emerged. Theo nodded, his expression more peaceful than before. "The room gives us what we need," he said. "Sometimes it's solitude. Sometimes it's a window into the past. And sometimes," he glanced at her with the hint of a smile, "it's companionship." The metronome chose that moment to begin accelerating, signaling the end of their time. But before they moved toward the exit, Theo made a sudden decision. He approached the central pedestal and, with a deliberate gesture, reached out and stopped the metronome's pendulum mid-swing. Immediately, the quality of the silence in the room changed. Where before there had been the soft, almost subliminal ticking of the device, now there was a profound stillness. Not just an absence of sound, but an absence of time itself. "What did you do?" Violet asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I stopped it," Theo said simply. "The room allows it, occasionally, when there's need. But I thought the minute in the outside world still passes," Theo confirmed. "We'll have to leave when it does, but within that constraint we can stretch our time here even further." He gestured around them. "Notice anything different?" Violet looked around carefully. At first she saw nothing unusual, but then she realized. The butterflies, the suspended teardrops, the dust motes in the air. They had all completely stopped moving. Before they had been moving imperceptibly slowly, but now they were truly frozen. "We've stopped time completely within the room," she breathed, amazed. "Not completely," Theo corrected. "We're still experiencing it, still thinking and moving, but yes, for everything else in here, time has paused." It was a heady feeling to exist in a moment where nothing else changed, where the only motion was their own. Violet felt as if they were the only two beings in existence, moving through a frozen tableau of reality. "Why did you stop it?" she asked. Theo looked at her, his expression open in a way it rarely was. "Because I wanted to say something without the pressure of our time running out," he said. "Without watching the metronome and calculating how many seconds we have left." Violet waited, giving him the space to continue at his own pace. "These past weeks, coming here, talking with you, it's been..." He seemed to search for the right word. "Healing. Before, I used this room to escape, to hide from time and everything it brings with it. But you approach it differently. You see it as a place to appreciate moments, not flee from them." Violet hadn't thought of it in those terms, but as Theo said it, she recognized the truth in his observation. "I suppose I do," she agreed. "For me, it's less about stopping time and more about savoring it." "Exactly," Theo said, looking relieved that she understood. "And that perspective has changed how I see this place, changed how I see time itself." He fell silent, seemingly having said what he needed to say. After a moment, he reached out and gently set the metronome's pendulum in motion again. Immediately, the subtle background ticking resumed, and with it, the almost imperceptible movement of the suspended objects around them. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Violet said, understanding that Theo had revealed something deeply personal. Not just the ability to stop the metronome, but his feelings about time, about healing, about her presence in this sacred space. The metronome began to speed up then, its measured ticking becoming more urgent, signaling that their extended moment was coming to an end. "Time to go," Theo said with a small sigh of resignation. They walked together to the archway, but before stepping through, Violet turned back to look once more at the magnificent room with its countless frozen clocks, its suspended moments, its golden light. "See you next time?" she asked, though she already knew the answer, in the light of broad day. "Between 1 minute and the next," Theo confirmed with a nod. Violet stepped through the archway, experiencing again that curious sensation of passing through a veil of water. And then she was back in the corridor, the archway gone, the walls solid stone once more. Her pocket watch showed exactly 1 a.m., and above, the great clock began to toll the hour. She would return, she knew. Again and again, seeking out this room where time bent to human need, where moments could be examined from all angles, where the ordinary rush of life slowed to a manageable pace. And each time, she would discover something new about the room, about herself. As Violet made her way back to Ravenclaw Tower, carefully avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris, she found herself paying attention to moments in a way she never had before. The sound of her own footsteps echoing off ancient stone, the way moonlight filtered through stained glass to create patterns on the floor, the feeling of cool night air against her skin as she passed an open window. The clock room had taught her that time wasn't just something to be measured or managed, but something to be experienced fully, one precious moment at a time. It was a lesson she would carry with her long after she left Hogwarts, a magic more profound than any spell taught in classrooms. For now, though, she was content to know that in approximately 59 minutes the room would appear again, existing in that liminal space between 1 hour and the next, a sanctuary of stillness in a world that moved too fast, waiting for those who needed a moment to breathe, to think, to feel, to simply be. Over the course of the school year, Violet returned to the clock room dozens of times, sometimes finding Theo there, sometimes discovering other students who had stumbled upon its secret. There was Marcus, a 7th-year Gryffindor who used the slowed time to practice complex wand movements for his NEX examinations. There was Eliza, a first-year Hufflepuff who came to alleviate her homesickness, finding comfort in the room's timeless embrace. And occasionally there was Professor Flitwick, who seemed unsurprised to find students there and confided that he had been visiting the room since his own school days. Each visitor used the room differently. Some wrote in the timekeeper's journal, adding their observations and experiences to its endless pages. Others simply sat in contemplation, letting the profound stillness wash over them. A few, like Theo, occasionally stopped the metronome, freezing time completely for those precious extra moments of reflection. Violet herself developed a ritual. Upon entering, she would first greet any other visitors, then make a slow circuit of the room, noting any changes, new clocks that had appeared, new butterflies or suspended moments that hadn't been there before. She would spend time with the timekeeper's journal, reading whatever entries it chose to reveal to her that day, and finally she would sit quietly near one of the magical windows, watching the frozen sky and allowing her thoughts to settle like dust motes in the golden light. As spring approached, bringing with it the pressure of end-of-year examinations, Violet found herself seeking out the clockroom more frequently. The ability to slow time, to create space for thought and reflection amid the growing stress of academic demands, was invaluable. She noticed other students doing the same. The room seemed to call to those who needed it most during these high-pressure weeks. It was during one such visit, just before final exams, that Violet made a discovery that deepened her understanding of the room's magic. She had arrived at 2:59 p.m. to find the room empty of other visitors, the metronome ticking steadily, the countless clocks frozen at exactly 3 o'clock. After her usual circuit, she settled down with the timekeeper's journal, curious to see what messages it might have for her today. To her surprise, as soon as she opened it, a loose page fluttered out, not part of the journal itself, but a separate piece of parchment that had been tucked between its pages. Violet picked it up carefully, unfolding it to reveal what appeared to be technical notes, written in a precise, scholarly hand. The temporal mechanics of the interminute room, as I have termed it, appear to function on principles similar to those governing time turners, but with significant differences. Where time turners transport the user physically through time, this room instead creates a localized field in which time passes at a drastically reduced rate relative to the outside world. My calculations suggest a standard ratio of 60:1. That is, for every second that passes outside the room, approximately 1 minute passes within it. This would allow the room's minute of existence, as measured by external time, to be experienced as roughly 1 hour by those inside. Most remarkable is the room's stability. Unlike most temporal magic, which tends toward decay and eventual collapse, this enchantment has maintained perfect equilibrium for centuries. I hypothesize that it draws power from Hogwarts itself, perhaps even from the temporal energy of the thousands of beings within the castle, all experiencing time in their own subjective ways. The metronome appears to be the focal point of the enchantment, both regulator and controller. Its steady rhythm maintains the temporal field's integrity. When stopped, which I have done only twice, and with great caution, it creates a secondary field of complete temporal stasis within the already slowed environment. This is theoretically impossible according to current understanding of temporal magic, and yet I remain convinced that further study of this room could revolutionize our understanding of time itself. However, such knowledge must be approached with the utmost care. For now, I am content to preserve these observations for future scholars who might chance upon this remarkable space. APBs of 1899. Violet stared at the initials, her heart racing. APBSDD. Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian, Dumbledore. These were Dumbledore's personal notes on the clockroom, written when he was young, perhaps even while he was still a student himself. The thought that she was holding something the great wizard had written over a century ago was momentarily overwhelming, but even more fascinating were the insights themselves. The room's magic was even more complex than she had imagined, a feat of temporal enchantment that defied conventional magical understanding. She read the note again, trying to absorb every detail, to understand the principles behind the magic she had been experiencing all these months. When she finally looked up from the parchment, she noticed something she had overlooked before. In a far corner of the room, partially hidden behind one of the largest grandfather clocks, was a small desk with what appeared to be scientific instruments arranged upon it, silver devices that whirred and spun, measuring tools of unusual design, and a stack of parchment covered in equations and diagrams. Approaching cautiously, Violet realized this must have been Dumbledore's workspace, preserved exactly as he had left it over a century ago. Everything was coated in a fine layer of dust that moved in that same imperceptible slow motion as everything else in the room. But the instruments themselves were still in motion, still recording whatever data they had been set to collect. Among the papers was a journal different from the timekeeper's journal. Smaller, bound in purple leather with the same initials stamped in gold on its cover. Violet hesitated, feeling that reading it might be an invasion of privacy even after all these years. But curiosity won out, and she carefully opened it to a random page. Time fascinates me more with each visit to this room. Is it merely a measure of change, as the Muggles believe? Or is it something more fundamental, a force in itself, capable of being manipulated, bent, even stopped? If the latter, what implications might this have for magic as we understand it? Gellert argues that mastery over time would be the ultimate power, greater even than the fabled Elder Wand. I find myself both intrigued and troubled by this line of thinking. There is wisdom in accepting time's passage, in understanding our place within its flow, rather than attempting to control it. Yet I cannot deny the allure of these questions, the intellectual challenge they present. Perhaps that is the true purpose of this room, not to give us control over time, but to make us contemplate our relationship with it. Next visit, must remember to bring the thestral hair chronometer. The standard measurement tools are insufficient for the precision required. The entry ended there, but it left Violet with a profound sense of connection to Dumbledore as a young man, to the history of the room, and to the universal human fascination with time and its mysteries. Even Dumbledore, with all his brilliance, had grappled with the same questions that the room inspired in her. She carefully returned the journal to its place, feeling that she had glimpsed something intimate and significant. The metronome began to speed up then, signaling the end of her visit, but Violet left with a deeper appreciation for the clockroom's magic and meaning. In the weeks that followed, as spring bloomed across the Hogwarts grounds and exams came and went, Violet shared her discovery with Theo. He was as fascinated as she was by Dumbledore's notes and observations, and together they spent several visits examining the instruments and journals more carefully, piecing together the young wizard's exploration of temporal magic. But it was during their final visit of the school year, the night before students would board the Hogwarts Express to return home for summer, that the clockroom revealed perhaps its most profound lesson. They had arrived separately, Violet at 10:59 p.m. and Theo at 11:59, both feeling nostalgic and reflective as the term drew to a close. They had spoken of their plans for summer, of books they intended to read, of their hopes for the coming year. As their time grew short, Theo had stopped the metronome once more, creating that perfect stillness that allowed for unhurried conversation. "I've been thinking," he said as they sat near one of the magical windows, this one showing a frozen summer thunderstorm, lightning suspended mid-strike across a purple-black sky, "about what you said months ago. About the room being less about stopping time and more about savoring it." Violet nodded, remembering the conversation. "I think that's the true magic here," Theo continued. "Not the temporal field or the metronome or any of the technical aspects Dumbledore studied, but the perspective it gives us. Outside, we're always racing from one moment to the next, never fully experiencing any of them. In here," he gestured around them, "we're forced to slow down, to notice, to appreciate, to be fully present," Violet agreed. "Exactly. And I've started trying to take that perspective back out into the world with me, to find moments of stillness even when time is moving at its normal pace." He looked at her with unusual earnestness. "It's changed things for me, made this year better than I expected it to be." Violet understood what he wasn't saying directly, that the friendship they had formed in this timeless space had helped him navigate the ordinary challenges of school life, had perhaps made him feel less alone in the wake of his family's difficult history. "For me too," she said simply. They sat in comfortable silence then, enjoying these last frozen moments before summer separation. Around them, the room seemed to glow with a warmer light than usual, as if responding to their reflective mood. Eventually, Theo reached out and set the metronome in motion again. Almost immediately, it began to speed up, signaling that their extended time was coming to its natural end. "Write to me over the summer?" Violet asked as they moved toward the exit. Between 1 minute and the next, Theo replied with a small smile, using their private phrase that had come to mean both "see you soon" and "in our own time," as they stepped through the archway for the last time that school year, returning to the normal flow of time and the end-of-term bustle of Hogwarts. Violet carried with her more than just memories of a magical room where time behaved strangely. She carried a new awareness of time itself, of its elasticity, its preciousness, and the importance of finding stillness within its relentless flow. The clock room had taught her that while one cannot stop time entirely, one can learn to move through it more mindfully, to create personal sanctuaries of attention and presence, even as the seconds tick inevitably forward. It was a lesson as valuable as any she had learned in her classes, a magic more subtle but no less powerful than the spells and charms in her textbooks. And she knew, with the certainty that comes from true understanding, that the clock room would be waiting for her when she returned, existing in that space between 1 minute and the next, offering its timeless wisdom to those who sought it, for as long as Hogwarts itself stood against the passage of years. The stars above Hogwarts had always spoken to Luna Lovegood in ways they didn't to others. While her classmates learned the proper names and movements of celestial bodies in astronomy class, Luna felt something deeper, a connection to the cosmos that transcended textbook knowledge. She would often slip away from Ravenclaw Tower on clear nights, finding her way to quiet windowsills or secluded balconies where she could gaze upward without interruption. Professor Sinistra had long since stopped questioning Luna's occasional absences from official stargazing sessions. The professor recognized that some students formed their own relationship with the night sky, one that couldn't be contained within structured lessons or neatly labeled star charts. Tonight was particularly special. The winter solstice, the longest night of the year, when the boundary between the seen and unseen grew thinner. Luna had been anticipating this evening for weeks, marking it carefully in her hand-illustrated lunar calendar. She had planned to spend it alone on the astronomy tower after curfew, a risk she rarely took but felt was justified by the celestial significance of the date. But as Luna climbed the winding staircase to the tower, her radish earrings swinging gently with each step, she realized something was different. The air seemed to shimmer slightly, and there was a subtle scent in the air, something like fresh parchment, midnight dew, and stardust, if stardust had a scent. Following her intuition, as she so often did, Luna veered away from the main staircase to the observation deck, and instead followed a narrower set of steps she had never noticed before. These steps spiraled downward rather than up, curving beneath the astronomy tower rather than ascending to its heights. The walls around her gradually changed from the familiar stone of Hogwarts corridors to something smoother, darker, almost like polished obsidian that seemed to swallow the light from her wand rather than reflect it. Yet strangely, the passage didn't grow darker, but instead began to illuminate itself with tiny pinpricks of light embedded in the walls. Miniature stars guiding her way. After descending what felt like several stories, Luna reached a simple arched doorway with no door, just an opening filled with a gentle darkness that wasn't quite black, but the deep, rich blue of a sky just after sunset. Without hesitation, she stepped through. The room that greeted her took her breath away. It was circular, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, with walls that curved up to form a domed ceiling. But what made Luna gasp wasn't the architecture. It was what filled the space. The floor appeared to be a pool of liquid darkness, like an endless bath of midnight bluing that somehow remained perfectly still despite her entrance. Within this inky surface, stars glimmered and swirled, forming constellations she both recognized and had never seen before. The ceiling above mirrored this display, but more faintly, as if the stars below were casting their reflection upward rather than the other way around. Luna took a tentative step forward, expecting her foot to plunge into liquid. Instead, the surface remained solid beneath her, though it rippled outward from her step like disturbed water, sending tiny waves across the star-filled darkness. The ripples caused the constellations to shift and realign, morphing from familiar patterns into new arrangements. "Ah," she breathed, her voice soft with wonder. "You're a sky that dreams." As if in response to her words, the stars beneath her feet pulsed slightly brighter, and new patterns began to form in the inky surface. Swirling spirals, intricate mandalas, and what appeared to be tiny creatures composed entirely of starlight. Luna recognized some of them: crumple-horned snorkacs, moon frogs, and other beings her father had told her about that most wizards dismissed as fantasy. With growing delight, Luna moved further into the room, each step sending new ripples across the floor and causing the star patterns to shift once more. She spun in a slow circle, taking in the entire space. There were no furnishings, no decorations on the walls, just the endless dance of stars below and their gentler echo above. At the center of the room was a slightly raised circular platform, about 6 feet in diameter, that seemed to be made of the same inky material as the rest of the floor, but remained still, unruffled by the ripples that moved around it. Luna approached this platform curiously, and as she did, she noticed something remarkable. The starlight patterns were converging toward it, flowing like luminous currents toward this central point. Without quite knowing why, Luna felt drawn to lie down on this platform. As she settled herself on her back, the material beneath her wasn't cold or wet as she might have expected, but pleasantly warm and yielding, like a perfectly comfortable mattress. She gazed up at the domed ceiling, where the faint reflections of stars swirled in lazy patterns. Then, almost unconsciously, Luna closed her eyes. The effect was immediate and astonishing. Though her eyes were shut, she could suddenly see the entire room with perfect clarity, but transformed. The stars in the floor had risen up into the air, filling the entire chamber with 3-dimensional constellations that moved and danced around her. It was as if she were floating in space, surrounded by galaxies and nebulae of impossible beauty. And then the stars began to arrange themselves into images, scenes from Luna's own imagination and dreams. There was her mother, face alight with joy as she performed a complex spell. There was the expedition to Sweden that Luna had always hoped to take with her father to find the elusive crumple-horned snorkak. There was Hogwarts itself, but slightly altered, with towers that spiraled impossibly upward and bridges that connected to floating islands in the sky. Luna opened her eyes in surprise, and the visions faded, the stars settling back into the floor. But she understood now. This room somehow read dreams and hopes, giving them form in starlight and liquid shadow. "This is extraordinary," she whispered to the room. "Thank you for showing yourself to me." A soft voice replied from nearby, causing Luna to sit up quickly. "You're welcome, young Ravenclaw." Sitting cross-legged at the edge of the central platform was a girl who hadn't been there a moment before. Or perhaps she had, and Luna simply hadn't noticed her. She appeared to be a few years older than Luna, wearing Ravenclaw robes of an old-fashioned cut. Her hair was long and dark, flowing around her shoulders like a waterfall of night, and her eyes held the same deep blue as the inky floor, but most strikingly, she was partially translucent, with stars visible through her form, as if she herself were made of the same star-filled darkness as the room. "You're a ghost," Luna said, not with fear but with simple curiosity. The figure smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "I am Helena, and you have found my favorite place in all of Hogwarts." "Helena Ravenclaw," Luna breathed, recognizing the ghost of her own house. The Grey Lady, as most students knew her, though she rarely spoke to anyone and certainly never introduced herself by name. "I've never heard you speak before." "I speak to those who listen," Helena replied simply. "And in this room, more than any other, I find it easy to be heard." She gestured around them. "The room of spilled ink and stars has that effect. It makes the hidden visible, the silent audible." Luna looked around with renewed appreciation. "The room of spilled ink and stars," she repeated, savoring the name. "How long has it been here?" "As long as the tower above it," Helena said. "My mother included it in her original designs for Hogwarts, though few have found it through the centuries. It reveals itself only to dreamers, those who look at the stars and see more than burning balls of gas, those who understand that the universe dreams too." Luna nodded, understanding completely. "That's why the constellations move and change. They're alive." "In a way," Helena agreed. "The ink that forms this floor was specially created by my mother, a mixture of midnight dew, crushed meteorite dust, the extract of dreams, and ordinary writing ink. When spilled upon the enchanted floor, it became a living mirror of the cosmos, not just as it is, but as it could be, as it is imagined to be, by those who observe it." Luna lay back down, watching as the stars beneath the surface shifted again, forming new patterns based on her proximity. "It's responding to me? To your dreams, your hopes, your imagination," Helena confirmed. "Close your eyes again if you wish to see more clearly." Luna did so, and once more the stars rose up around her in three-dimensional splendor. This time, knowing what to expect, she directed her thoughts more deliberately, thinking of creatures and places she had only imagined. The stars obliged, forming shimmering representations of her mental images. A garden where plants sang instead of bloomed, a library where books floated like birds and occasionally formed flocks that swooped around readers, a forest where the trees whispered ancient secrets to those who knew how to listen. "It's beautiful," Luna murmured, her eyes still closed, watching her dreams take shape in starlight. "Yes," Helena agreed, her voice somehow both beside Luna and all around her. "And it becomes more so with each dreamer who finds it. Each visitor leaves an echo of their imagination behind, adding to the room's collection of possibilities." Luna opened her eyes again, turning to look at Helena. "So, part of everyone who's ever been here remains." The ghost nodded, a hint of sadness crossing her translucent features. "Including me. I spent many nights here as a student, watching my dreams form in the stars. And she hesitated. "After I left the physical world, I found I could still come here, could still see my dreams take shape. It has been my sanctuary through the centuries." Luna sat up, crossing her legs and studying Helena with gentle curiosity. "Do you mind that I found it?" Helena's expression softened. "No, Luna Lovegood. I am glad. This room should not exist only for ghosts and memories. It needs the dreams of the living to keep its stars bright." "How do you know my name?" Luna asked, though she wasn't particularly surprised. The stars told me, Helena said simply, just as they've told me about all who have found this place over the centuries. Few Ravenclaws among them, surprisingly. One might think our house would be most drawn to the stars, but often Ravenclaws are too focused on categorizing the known to go seeking the unknown. Luna nodded thoughtfully. That had always been her experience, that despite being in the house of wit and wisdom, her particular brand of curiosity sometimes set her apart from her peers. Who else has found it, besides Ravenclaws? Dreamers from all houses, Helena said, a Hufflepuff boy who imagined new plants that could heal any disease, a Slytherin girl who dreamed of bridges between the magical and non-magical worlds, a Gryffindor who saw possibilities for peace when everyone else was preparing for war. She gestured to different areas of the room as she spoke, and Luna noticed that the star patterns in each indicated section briefly formed images suggesting these visitors and their dreams. And professors? Luna asked. Helena smiled. Some. Albus Dumbledore found this room as a student and revisited it throughout his life. His dreams were vast, sometimes troubling, sometimes beautiful beyond description. Her voice grew softer. My mother came here often, of course, and later, after the founders quarreled, Helga Hufflepuff would slip away to this room for comfort. Even Salazar Slytherin visited once, though what he dreamed the room has never revealed, not even to me. Luna absorbed this information, feeling a connection to these historical figures she had never experienced through history books or classroom lectures. To think that she was lying in the same space where Rowena Ravenclaw herself had once dreamed. It made the founders seem more real, more human. What happens if more than one person is here at the same time? Luna asked, curious about the mechanics of the magical room. The ink splits its attention, Helena explained. If you look closely at the floor now, you'll see that part of it reflects my presence, even though I no longer dream as the living do. Luna looked down at the inky surface and noticed that indeed, in the area near Helena, the stars formed different patterns, more antique constellations, symbols that Luna didn't recognize but that seemed to belong to an older form of astronomy, and occasionally brief glimpses of medieval scenes, a castle under construction, 4 figures standing together with wands raised, a young woman poring over books by candlelight. Those are your memories, Luna said softly, and my regrets, Helena added, a profound sadness momentarily darkening her translucent features. The room shows those too, though I wish it wouldn't. Luna nodded sympathetically, but didn't pry. Even she, with her direct manner of speaking, understood that some sorrows were private. Instead, she lay back down and closed her eyes once more, letting her imagination roam free. This time, she focused on the people she cared about. The stars rose and formed images of her father, working happily at his printing press as issues of the Quibbler floated around him. Her friends, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, all gathered together, laughing and safe, and finally her mother, not as she had last seen her, caught in the aftermath of a spell gone wrong, but as Luna always imagined her, in happier moments. Dancing around their kitchen, one sending colourful sparks into the air as she invented new charms. A single tear slipped down Luna's cheek as she watched these images form and dissolve in the starlight around her. She felt Helena's presence move closer, a cool sensation like a gentle breeze. Your mother was gifted, the ghost said softly. I remember her from her time at Hogwarts. She had the heart of a true Ravenclaw, always questioning, always creating. Luna opened her eyes, surprised. You knew my mother? Helena nodded. I observe more than people realize. Pandora Lovegood spent many evenings in the Ravenclaw common room experimenting with charms when everyone else had gone to bed. She talked to herself as she worked, a trait you seem to have inherited. This small detail about her mother, one Luna had never known, was unexpectedly precious. Did she ever find this room? Once, Helena confirmed, during her final year. She dreamed of spells that no one had created yet, possibilities that stretched the very boundaries of magic. The ghost's expression grew thoughtful. Perhaps that's why. She didn't finish the thought, but Luna understood. Her mother's experimental charm work had ultimately led to the accident that took her life. But Luna had never blamed her mother's curiosity or ambition. They were what had made her who she was, what had filled Luna's childhood with wonder and possibility. Thank you for telling me, Luna said simply. Helena inclined her head in acknowledgement, then gestured to the inky floor around them. The room has more to show you, if you're willing. It rarely reveals itself without purpose. Luna nodded and closed her eyes once more, but this time, instead of directing her thoughts deliberately, she let her mind relax completely, allowing the room to take the lead. For a moment, nothing happened. The stars remained as they were, gently swirling around her. Then slowly, they began to coalesce into new patterns, forming images Luna hadn't consciously imagined. She saw herself, older, standing at the edge of what appeared to be a jungle, a notebook in hand and determination on her face. The scene shifted, showing her examining a strange creature that seemed to be part mammal, part insect. A crumple-horned snorkack, finally discovered. Then another shift, Luna in an office lined with specimens and notebooks. Final shift, Luna standing before a crowd, receiving some kind of award or recognition, her face serene and satisfied. Are these predictions? Luna asked without opening her eyes, watching the scenes unfold around her. Possibilities, Helena corrected gently. The room doesn't show what will be, only what could be. Paths that align with your deepest self, if circumstances and choices allow. Luna absorbed this, watching as the scenes replayed with slight variations. Different locations, different creatures, different audiences, but all featuring her as a naturalist or magiciologist, pursuing knowledge that others had dismissed as fantasy. It's showing me my potential future, she murmured, understanding dawning. Of them, Helena agreed. The stars see many possibilities branching from each moment, each decision. They're showing you a path that resonates strongly with your current self. Luna opened her eyes, the starlight visions fading but their impression remaining strong in her mind. Has it shown you possibilities too? A shadow passed over Helena's face. It used to, when I was alive. Now it shows me only what was and what might have been, had I made different choices. There was centuries of regret in her voice. Luna sat up, looking at the ghost with compassion. The past doesn't have to define the future, she said simply. Even for ghosts, perhaps. Helena seemed startled by this observation, then thoughtful. Perhaps, she conceded, though some choices cannot be unmade. They sat in companionable silence for a while, each lost in her own thoughts as the stars swirled beneath them, occasionally forming shapes that reflected their silent musings. Ancient diadems and lost artifacts for Helena. undiscovered creatures and distant expeditions for Luna. Eventually, Luna's curiosity resurfaced. Has anyone else found the room recently? Other students, I mean? Helena nodded. A few. There's a girl who comes occasionally, a fellow Ravenclaw, though quite different from you in temperament. She uses the room to plan rather than to dream, to chart constellations of possibility with scientific precision. Luna tilted her head, considering which of her housemates this might be. Aurora Zhang, she guessed, naming a serious sixth year, known for her meticulous approach to both astronomy and life in general. Yes, Helena confirmed. She found the room last year while working on a star chart project. Instead of seeing it as a magical wonder, she immediately began trying to catalogue its properties. She's created quite an impressive system for mapping the dream constellations. Luna smiled at this characteristically Ravenclaw approach. That sounds like Aurora. She likes to understand things by organizing them. Indeed. She's even begun experimenting with influencing the patterns deliberately, seeing how concentrated thought affects the star movements. Helena gestured, and a section of the floor rippled, revealing precise geometric patterns and carefully designed constellations that were clearly not natural formations. These are hers. Star charts of her own creation, drawn from both traditional astronomy and her own imagination. Muna studied the patterns with interest. Though she would never approach the room's magic with such systematic intent herself, she could appreciate the beauty in Aurora's orderly creations. She's making her own sky, as we all do, in our way, Helena said. That's what the room teaches, ultimately, that the patterns we see in stars, in life, in magic, are partly discovered and partly created. We find meaning, but we also make it. This observation resonated deeply with Luna's own worldview. She had always navigated the line between accepting things as they appeared to be and reimagining them as they could be. It was why she could simultaneously believe in creatures others dismissed as imaginary, and see truths that others overlooked as obvious. "May I come back?" she asked simply. Helena's smile was gentle. "The room decides who finds it, not I. But I suspect it has taken a liking to you, Luna Lovegood. Those who truly appreciate its nature are often welcome return. And will you be here?" "Not always," Helena said. "I have my duties as house ghost, and centuries of wandering have made me restless. But I visit often, especially on nights when the boundary between worlds thins. Solstices, equinoxes, certain phases of the moon." Luna nodded, making a mental note of these times. "Thank you for sharing this place with me, and for talking to me. I know you don't speak to many students. Few would listen as you do," Helena replied, without judgment, without dismissal of what seems impossible. Luna understood this completely. Her openness to possibility, often mistaken for gullibility or oddness by her peers, was actually a form of wisdom, a willingness to consider that the world might be stranger and more wonderful than conventional understanding allowed. Feeling the conversation reaching its natural conclusion, Luna rose to her feet. The inky floor rippled around her, stars scattering from her movement. "I should return to my dormitory," she said reluctantly. "It must be getting late." "Time passes differently here," Helena noted. "Like dreams, which can contain entire lifetimes in a single night's sleep. But yes, dawn approaches in the world above." Luna made her way toward the arched doorway through which she had entered, each step sending gentle waves across the star-filled floor. At the threshold, she turned back for one last look at the magnificent room and its ghostly custodian. Goodbye, Helena. Thank you for the stars. The ghost inclined her head. Until our next meeting, Luna Lovegood, may your dreams shine bright. As Luna climbed the winding staircase back to the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, she felt as if she carried a piece of the starlit room with her, not just in memory, but somehow within her very being, as if the magical ink had seeped into her soul, leaving traces of possibility that would never quite fade. In the weeks that followed, Luna returned to the room of spilt ink and stars whenever she could find it, which wasn't every time she sought it out. As Helena had suggested, the room seemed to have its own schedule, revealing itself most reliably on astronomically significant nights, but occasionally appearing when Luna's need for its particular magic was greatest. Sometimes Helena was there, other times Luna had the room to herself. Once she encountered Aurora Zhang, precisely as Helena had described her, cataloguing star patterns with intense concentration, her dream constellations forming perfect geometric shapes in the inky floor. "Oh, Lovegood," Aurora had said, looking up from her work with surprise. "I didn't know anyone else had found this place." Luna had smiled. "It's wonderful, isn't it? Like the universe decided to spill itself inside Hogwarts." Aurora had given her a curious look, then nodded slowly. "That's actually a rather accurate description, poetically speaking. I've been conducting observations here for months. The astronomical phenomena in this room defy all known laws of magical astronomy. It's absolutely fascinating." They had spent that evening together, Aurora explaining her research while Luna shared her own experiences with the room. Though their approaches were vastly different, Aurora with her charts and calculations, Luna with her intuitive exploration, they found common ground in their appreciation for the room's unique magic. "I've been mapping recurring constellations," Aurora had explained, showing Luna a complex chart she had created. "Some appear to be standard formations from various astronomical traditions, Western, Chinese, Arabic, Mayan, but others," she pointed to a series of unfamiliar star patterns, "these don't correspond to any known constellations. I believe they're original to this room, possibly created by previous visitors." Luna had studied these mysterious formations with interest. "Or perhaps they're real constellations from skies we can't see," she suggested, "from other worlds or dimensions." Instead of dismissing this idea, as Luna had half expected, Aurora had considered it thoughtfully. "An intriguing hypothesis. I've been focusing on cataloguing what appears, but I haven't adequately considered the question of origin." She had made a note in her journal. "Thank you, Lovegood. Sometimes fresh perspectives are scientifically valuable." That was the beauty of the room, Luna had realized. It had space for both their approaches, both their dreams. Aurora's precise charts and Luna's wandering imagination weren't contradictory but complementary, each revealing different aspects of the same magical wonder. On another occasion, Luna had arrived to find a small boy she didn't recognize, a first year from Gryffindor, as it turned out, sitting at the edge of the inky pool, watching in fascination as tiny stars formed shapes in response to his thoughts. "Hello," Luna had said gently, trying not to startle him. "I'm Luna." The boy had looked up with wide eyes. "I'm Elliot. Are you real? I thought I might be dreaming all this." "I'm as real as anything else in Hogwarts," Luna had replied with a smile, "which means I'm mostly real, though reality's rather flexible here, don't you think?" Elliot had giggled at that, relaxing slightly. "I got lost trying to find my way back from the library. Then I saw stairs I'd never noticed before, and they led me here." He gestured at the starry floor. "It's amazing. Look what it does." He had concentrated, and the stars nearest him had formed into the shape of a dragon. Not the fearsome beast from storybooks, but a friendlier version with round eyes and a smiling snout. "That's lovely," Luna had said. "Is that how you imagine dragons?" Elliot had nodded enthusiastically. "My mum reads me stories about friendly dragons. Dad says real dragons aren't like that at all. He works with them in Romania. But I like to think some might be, if you got to know them properly." Luna had settled beside him, watching as his dragon constellation swam through the inky darkness. "I think that's very wise. Most creatures are friendlier than people expect if approached with kindness." They had spent an hour together, Luna showing Elliot how to make the stars rise up in three-dimensional shapes by closing his eyes and focusing his imagination. His delight in each new discovery had reminded Luna of the pure joy of magic, something easily forgotten amidst exams and assignments. When it was time for Elliot to return to his dormitory, Luna had guided him back to familiar corridors, making him promise to keep the room a special secret. "Not because we're being selfish," she had explained, "but because the room chooses who finds it. If someone is meant to discover it, they will, without us having to tell them." Elliot had nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of magical trust. "It's like the room found me when I needed somewhere special to be." "Exactly," Luna had agreed. "Hogwarts has a way of providing what we need, if we're open to receiving it." These encounters reinforced Luna's growing understanding of the Room of Spilled Ink and Stars. It wasn't simply a magical curiosity, but a living part of Hogwarts that served a vital purpose, connecting students across houses and generations through their dreams and imaginations. Perhaps most meaningful were Luna's solo visits, when she would lie for hours on the central platform, watching as the stars formed ever more elaborate visions drawn from her mind. She discovered that with practice, she could direct these visions with increasing precision, almost like a waking dream that she could steer and shape. Luna began using these sessions as a form of magical exploration, testing the boundaries between imagination and reality. If she could visualize a creature clearly enough in the starlight, could she then find evidence of its existence in the outside world? If she could see herself discovering something new, might that visualization help make it actually happen? It wasn't divination, exactly. Luna was careful not to confuse her star dreams with predictions of the future. Rather, it was a way of clarifying her own deepest wishes and intentions, of seeing possibilities that might otherwise remain buried beneath everyday concerns. During one particularly vivid session near the end of term, Luna found herself surrounded by an entire galaxy of her own making. Stars swirled around her in complex spirals, forming not just images, but entire moving scenes. Luna exploring distant lands, discovering new creatures, writing books that changed how the wizarding world understood magical zoology. But these weren't just achievements. They were moments of connection, with nature, with magic, with other people who shared her sense of wonder. As she watched these possibilities unfold, Luna felt a profound sense of rightness, as if the universe itself were confirming that her path, however unconventional it might seem to others, was perfectly aligned with who she truly was. A cool presence nearby told her that Helena had joined her. The ghost watched the swirling star scenes with appreciation. "You've learned to use the room well," Helena observed. "Most visitors only ever scratch the surface of what's possible here." Luna opened her eyes, the visions fading but their impression remaining. "It helps me see more clearly, not just what could be, but who I already am. Helena nodded. That is its greatest gift. Not prediction, but recognition. The stars don't show us anything we don't already carry within ourselves. They simply make it visible. Like a pensieve for dreams instead of memories, Luna suggested. Precisely. Helena moved closer, her translucent form rippling slightly as she passed through the edge of the central platform. My mother created this room as a complement to the observatory above. She believed that to truly understand the stars, one must look both outward and inward, observing the physical cosmos while also exploring the universe of possibility within oneself. Luna considered this dual perspective. That's why the room is below the astronomy tower rather than inside it, one for looking up, one for looking within. Yes, Helena confirmed. Though few have made that connection through the centuries, most who find the tower never discover what lies beneath, and some who stumble upon this room never realize its relationship to the observatory above. This seemed to Luna a perfect metaphor for knowledge itself. How often people discovered one aspect of truth while remaining blind to its complementary half. How many astronomers mapped the physical stars without ever contemplating their meaning? How many dreamers imagined possibilities without grounding them in observable reality? The world needs both, Luna said thoughtfully. Dreams and data, imagination and observation. As do you, Helena noted. Your mind embraces both, which is rarer than you might think. It's why the room responds so strongly to your presence. Luna glanced down at the inky floor, noticing how the stars seemed to pulse more vibrantly around her than she had observed with other visitors. Will it still be here when I return next year? And the year after that? It has endured for a millennium, Helena said with a small smile. I suspect it will wait for you, Luna Lovegood. As the term drew to a close and students prepared to board the Hogwarts Express for summer holidays, Luna made one final visit to the room of spilt ink and stars. It was late evening, the castle mostly quiet, as students finished their packing and said temporary goodbyes to friends. The room welcomed her with what felt like recognition, the stars in the floor swirling more actively as she entered, forming brief patterns that resembled her previous dream visions before settling back into random constellations. Luna smiled at this greeting, feeling as if she were visiting an old friend rather than a magical space. She moved to the central platform and lay down, but this time, instead of closing her eyes immediately, she spoke aloud to the room. Thank you for revealing yourself to me this year, she said, for showing me possibilities I hadn't fully imagined and for confirming dreams I was afraid to trust. I'll carry your stars with me wherever I go. The inky floor rippled gently in response, stars flowing toward her in what almost resembled affection. Luna closed her eyes then, allowing her mind to drift freely, wondering what the room might show her on this final visit of the school year. The stars rose up around her as before, but instead of forming specific scenes or creatures, they arranged themselves into a vast, intricate web, a network of glittering connections that seemed to represent not just Luna's personal dreams, but their place within a larger cosmic pattern. She saw how her ambitions to discover new magical creatures connected to broader questions about magic itself, how her desire to follow in her mother's innovative footsteps linked to the advancement of wizarding knowledge, how her friendships at Hogwarts formed a constellation of support that would endure beyond these school years. This was a map not just of possibilities, but of meanings, showing Luna that her dreams, however unique or unusual they might seem to others, were vital threads in the larger tapestry of magical existence. As she absorbed this vision, Luna felt a profound sense of belonging, not just to Hogwarts or the wizarding world, but to the universe itself. Her peculiarities, her perspectives, her dreams weren't random oddities, but essential contributions to the whole. The stars affirmed what she had always intuited but sometimes doubted, that being authentically herself was not just personally fulfilling, but somehow necessary to the proper unfolding of reality. When Luna finally opened her eyes and sat up, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. A small, leather-bound journal resting at the edge of the platform. It hadn't been there when she entered, she was certain. Picking it up curiously, Luna opened its cover to find blank pages of high-quality parchment with a single line of elegant script on the first page. For charting constellations of your own creation. Luna smiled, recognizing this as a gift from the room itself. Or perhaps from Helena, though the ghost was nowhere to be seen tonight. Either way, it was perfect. A place to record her dreams and visions, to sketch the creatures she imagined and the discoveries she hoped to make, to create her own atlas of possibility. Tucking the journal carefully into her robes, Luna rose and made her way toward the arched doorway. At the threshold, she turned for one last look at the magical room with its endless sea of ink and stars. "I'll be back," she promised softly. The stars in the floor pulsed once, brightly, as if to say they would be waiting. As Luna climbed the spiral staircase back to the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, she felt the weight of the journal against her heart, a tangible reminder of the room's magic and its message. The coming summer months would be filled with the usual activities, helping her father with the Quibbler, exploring the streams and meadows near her home, corresponding with the friends she had made during the tumultuous school year. But she would also begin filling the journal's pages, creating her own constellation of dreams that might one day become reality. Hogwarts held many secrets, Luna reflected as she made her way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Hidden rooms and forgotten passages, ancient magic and enduring mysteries. But perhaps its greatest gift was how it revealed students to themselves, showing them who they truly were and who they might become. For Luna, the room of spilt ink and stars had been such a mirror, reflecting not just her outward appearance or current circumstances, but the boundless inner sky of her imagination, the constellations of possibility that had always existed within her, waiting to be discovered and named. As she whispered the answer to the Eagle Knocker's riddle and slipped into the Ravenclaw common room, Luna carried that sky within her, an endless expanse of stars and dreams that would light her way forward, no matter where her path might lead. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.